why the tinfoil hats aren't working. Fuck my chungus life. I'm almost ready, I swear. Dong 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 dong. Wait, I'll sing you a little song. I'm singing this thing. Da 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 da.
White collar criminals control the whole country. Constrict our left the way neural pathways. Street sisters strong contagion to inflict artificial social more invisible gun to every head. Same finger on his trigger. Watch you bring the hammer down for the bumpers. It's my
Bring that hammer down.
I don't really want to live in a system that's complicated. Why are we afraid to die when life is so overrated? Trapped inside a little box of return with a frown. Illusion of possibility.
Yeah, the only way out of this down. Okay.
So many reasons why it's suicide is right. Oh, well, watch me die. So many reasons why it's suicide is right. Oh, well, watch me White collar criminals control our country. Constrict our hate the way neural pathways.
Holy shit. My computer kept shutting itself off earlier. I'm kind of scared, man. They know. They know I know too much. They've hacked me. But no, deadass, I was trying to set up and everything just shut off. I panicked. It's like the same shit that happened for the hand cam. And it keeps happening. I don't know what's wrong. It's probably too much cat hair in my computer. Let's be real. Hello. Overheating. It doesn't go over 70 degrees. So I think it's just like dirty. Dirty and filled with cigarette smoke and shit. Yeah, hello. Peen. I don't know why the tinfoil hat isn't working. You could try it. I enabled it. I swear I enabled it. Yeah, let's move this. Put you there. Did you guys see the other day the Goyim no? It's now considered a anti-Semitic dog whistle. We've used their words successfully against them to the point where they want to restrict our use of it. That's how you know we're winning. That's how you win. Hello. Part 2 of the seemingly endless tier list. My dumbass picked one that was 250 conspiracies to comment on. And I ain't no quitter. Ain't no quitter. Hell no. Got my hat on. I wish you guys could wear your hats. Wah. They're getting mad at us for using their words. Isn't that always how it is, huh? Don't worry, just keep doing it. Reclamation is around the corner, man. It's around the corner. That's how language works, man. The use of it is what defines it over time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Wha-bam! You guys remember my chuddy ass fucking chart? Trooks are inevitable, unavoidable, impactful parts of everyone's everyday life in the Western world. Facts are provable conspiracies. Maybe the connections are not 100% scientifically defined, but they are very much real and used today. The brain source code, GMOs, reptilians. I think we did reptilians in a persona way though, not like the literal aliens reptilians. Though disclosure has said there are 4 races we have had contact with. Womp womp womp. A lot has happened in the last couple of weeks. That 666 portal, I tell ya. Kronos is back. Pluto's in the microwave. This is the first time in 250 years. What else is 250 years old? Time and karmic relation are undeniable. That's why we return on another 666 portal. Oh, 26, baby. To appease the elder gods. Fuck, it's not working. Do you guys really want me to try to fix it? I would have to shut your little asses down. Let me shut your little ass. Wait, I want to see what I did wrong though. Okay, I killed you. And gear. That's allowed gear. That's is checked. Save and exit. Edit shop. Gear. Tinfoil hat is free. Okay. All there. All saved. Also, I added Bloods, Crips, and Latin Kings colors so you guys can have gang wars. I thought that would be cute. You know? You know, represent your hood and all that. Isn't that cute? Okay. Extension upload. Edit. Okay. I've relaunched it. You could try again. I checked all the boxes I had to. So, like, I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, I killed him. I'm so sorry. How's the music and all that? We're good. We're good. Looks like... Where were we? Red pilled. I can be convinced of all of these. I will take... Like... I am on the verge of 100% believing these. I have taken the pill for this. Getting warmer is... I can see why people believe it, but I'm not quite convinced, though I do understand why people would attach to these theories. Don't care means fucking no care, you know? Shitpost is just internet sloppa circulating. Schizo cusp is like just crazy enough that it could possibly convince someone, but I'm not really convinced. And then psychosis slop is just, you know, people making shit up. Epstein wasn't killed. I refuse to believe this. Also, didn't we do Weird Al? Weird Al is Normal was a shitpost, I think. That's the one that's missing. Okay. Hell yeah. How are you guys? The moon is a hologram and Obama is a ghost clone. I could see that. I could see that. That's why they call them spooks. Ah! Anyway, here we go. Does it show up yet? Hats King. There you go. You know, look, see the hats are working. You can do tinfoil. Tinfoil is free if you want. Okay. You're making yourself black and you're doing the gang colors. Many such cases. All right. Here we are. Judica Cordiglia Recordings. See, we're starting out with something that, like, I have no idea what the fuck that means. How do I spell that? Judica Cordiglia Recordings. The fuck is this? The Judica Cordiglia brothers lost cosmonauts amateur recordings. Russian space exploration. Brothers. I had no idea about this. Let's see. Or no, Italian amateur radio operators. What? often regarded as evidenced by supports of conspiracy theory that the Soviet space program covered up several cosmonauts' deaths in the 1960s. The pair is claimed to have recorded communications from several failed secret Soviet space missions. These recordings are subject of interest for the last 50 years. Okay, do I believe these recordings are real? Italians with Soviet recordings. Soviet radio recordings. Can I listen to them?
In November of
Oh no, there's just like stupid fucking video essays. I don't want to do all that. Okay, so this is not something you can actively listen to right now. It's just like Joseph Smith and the Stones in the Hat that no one else was allowed to see. So that really knocks it down a couple pegs, don't you think? 2 Italian brothers said to have intercepted Russian broadcasts about failed space exploration. I would believe that they did fail. Do I believe they specifically have recordings? I don't think so. But I do think like this is possible, plausible even. Covering up the death of several cosmonauts is kind of dark. Yeah, go get your coffee. I need to start drinking actually. I would like to. I'm gonna say we're getting warmer without the evidence. Like even, they didn't even like give us like a faked thing. There's no family members have reached out saying they now have it. It's very Russian to cover shit up though. See, that's why it's in getting warmer, I think, is because like, why is this like lost media? Why can't we just access this if it exists? Or why is there not somebody holding on to it or some sort of curation establishment like a museum or an archive? Nothing. It's just they are said to have experienced a very believable scenario. Getting warmer for that one. And our first shot of the night. Cheers, Peens. Cheers, Tink. I mean, things have happened before. Radios get a bunch of restrictions for a reason. It's a powerful tool in the right hands. Oh, hell yeah. Propaganda, entertainment, access, communication. The signals, man, the signals. That's why you gotta wear... none of you are wearing your tinfoil hats, man. They're gonna get you. With the Labubu Dubai chocolate deconstructed latte. Fucking whatever. Whatever else is popular. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about normie culture. It still doesn't let you? Yeah. Whatever, man. Whatever. At least you guys can have gang wars. This is what the CIA would want from you. They've got me. They got me, man. I'm out here recruiting you guys for gang violence. Are you winning? Am I winning? Has anybody ever won? Money isn't real. Let's see. HRT SRS used to sterilize minors. Well, let's put that beside Epstein because Epstein had quite a few interesting endeavors on the go before he died. Alongside with the 4chan stuff and the Reddit stuff. There is a lot of talk about him potentially being responsible for a lot of the board manipulation and like covert propaganda type stuff. And then I think about stuff like Catboy Ranch, for instance, where people had almost a fetishistic, I don't know, drive to get them as young as possible onto HRT. Hello, Dead Space. Where's my stream Aryan Brotherhood paraphernalia? Blue eyes, white peeing. I'll get there eventually. I'm doing it bit by bit, okay? Because learning new shit confuses me, okay? I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Used to sterilize intentionally? A lot of people in the office right now believe that transness is a mental illness. And like, I could see this as a form of eugenics, to be honest. There are people who also believe that doing this will stunt the growth of the individual. But is it specifically to sterilize minors? I don't think so. I think that is a symptom of like a greater overarching intention. I believe that this is an inevitable part of doing stuff like hormone blocking and, you know, restricting access, so they have to do stuff illegally and it just fucks them up forever. And then, you know, the whole surgeries and castration and all that eventually induced puberty. Like, all of that fucks with the system that's well established, you know, genetically. So of course that's going to happen, dude. I think this is a symptom of something that a far more nefarious, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I'm trying to think my way through it. But do I think this is like a mass intentional thing? Or is it just like exposing things and being open about things encourages people out there to also be open about it? And the reason why we're seeing more trans people is because we're also seeing already transitioned people living day-to-day lives. Like, social media is such a impact on a youth's brain, right? They had reality shows literally about a child transitioning. Her name was like Jasmine or something like that. And it was literally like a Nickelodeon reality show just following the journey of this 8-year-old going through transition. So it's like Nickelodeon as well, grooming kids is kind of their forte. So it's like really how far and how nefarious and how connected could this all be? Or could it just be like being able to see it, you're more likely to come out? I mean, there's people who have wanted to come out as trans and, you know, go to their deathbed with wife and kids as a male, you know? Dan Schneider can't keep getting away with this. I don't know. I don't think it's like the sole intention. I think it is a symptom of just like a, what's the word? Snowballing effect of radical acceptance, which is honestly something a lot of normies think should be the status quo. You know? And like, I don't personally get affected by certain things that are being radically accepted, but do I go out of my way to associate it to really nefarious plans? And the people who would do something like this, sterilizing minors, they're also like preventing people from getting abortions. So like, what do you want them to have, babies or not have babies? Make up your fucking mind. Yeah, I think this is way too layered to just be that only. The normies are weak. It's all that soy. Crystal skulls, like the vodka? Wait. There's a crystal skulls conspiracy? The fuck is this? Don't laugh at me. This is as Nono knows it, okay? You're going to experience what I know. You're shitting real bad? Oh my god, that was me earlier. I was literally just pissing out my ass. Oh, some things are meant for DMs and not live streams. Hi, Sekuhara. Anyway, the greatest hoax. The Crystal Skull conspiracy. Crystal Skull lawsuit. Indiana Jones sued the vodka brand. The truth about the 13 ancient skulls TikTok. Okay, the source availability has me thinking that this might not be anything important. I think it's hilarious that Indiana Jones tried to sue the vodka company though. Hi TB. Okay. Is this a video? Ugh, disgusting. Oh, it's a slideshow. Okay, let's see. Crystal Skulls conspiracy. The theory claims that crystal skulls provide healing abilities and prevent natural disasters. Pre-Columbian and Mayan consent. I don't know what the fuck this is. I think this is like somebody's school project. Contains ability to heal and provide energy. 13 real skulls in existence. Theorized to save us from doomsday. Scientific research states types of crystals used to create these skulls verify if they are legit. Roundness and indent of the teeth. Shape of the skull and smoothness. What the fuck? A YouTube video? I am not clicking that. Conclusion. This has got to be like a 6th grader, dude. The Crystal Skull conspiracy is a myth because experiments show modern carvings have not recorded any paranormal activities. So somebody planted skulls at a Mayan ruin, and then a bunch of people on the internet just went with it thinking that they are going to be some sort of prophetic prevention for the doomsdays because they were laser carved out of several crystals. And I guess this is during COVID. This really blew up. It has nothing to do with the vodka, so fuck my life, right? Damn it, no vodka for me. So this is retarded. This is somebody's art project to add some sort of like, I don't know, esotericism modernization to an old site. The vodka is based off of the conspiracy? Really? How old is this then? I can't find fuck all about it that's credible. Here. What would I call it? The crystals. Oh, this is like old. I got rid of the word conspiracy.
Fight!
They're in the British Museum and they're made out of like quartz and shit. Jeweler's equipment. Rotary tools. Shows the indented lines and the teeth markings for the skull has no separated jawbone. Carved using jewelry equipment in the 19th centuries. Pre-Columbian but not ancient. So this still is something with like a not modern jewelry tools, but was still carved by a jeweler post this claimed, time of origin. So it was planted by Mitchell Hedges, unlike the Mitchell Hedges skull. There's several. 1924. Another one. So this just seems to be like a big old art project, I guess. None of these have original origins, though, to the places that they're found. Okay. I guess it's not really a ship post. But I guess it picked up over COVID and it became some sort of fucking doomsday prevention conspiracy. You must assemble the 13 crystal skulls. It's like a role-playing game, My life is like a video game. Pretty cool concept. Maybe they just made it to look cool. Yeah, a lot of shit like that exists because, they just wanted to be cool. They're like, wouldn't it be cool if, like, I had bird feet and, like, cool wings in the head of a lion? and he was just doing a self-portrait. That was like the first persona, and we were here being like, wow, this ancient legendary chimera. No, it was just some ancient dude's fucking persona, and he just wanted to be Quirk Chungus unique. I'm gonna put that as a, I don't really care. It's too many hands on this for it to feel like convincing, I guess. Really, really funny though that Indiana Jones tried to take ownership of this. And I guess that's where the whole prevention of doomsday idea came about. That's what I'm going to assume. I'll take another drink. Okay. Cytheverium in Sumer? Sumerian shit. I don't even know what that is. The fuck? I don't know nothing about nothing today. No knows nothing. That's my new name. Okay. Cytheverium in Sumer. Shmer. Okay. Keeps auto-correcting me. Am I not allowed to Google this? I'm not even Googling him. Am I not allowed to Yandex this? I'll put Sumeria. Mesopotamia, Summer Crater, Cytheverian. What the hell is Cytheverium, though? The fuck is this? People just be making shit up. Unexplained phenomena. Here we go. The Cytheverium of Kitch. Did the Sumerians tame the prehistoric giraffe? Huh? The Cytheverium of Kish, and where is this mystery? Exact genus of primordial giraffids that once roamed the Indian subcontinent and throughout Africa. It was a robust animal, one of the largest ruminants of all time. However, scholars agree that it has been extinct for a very long time. Species came around 7 million years ago to the late Miocene and was most likely gone by the early Pleistocene. I don't know how to say that. Tylenol in the liver is well known. Even normies know this. Ah, yes. Tylenol and autism. That's a fun one. Masterful redemption of ruminant. Copper rings. Known for Kish. Okay. So there's these copper rings made out of a Sumerian alloy combination copper. Carving of animals that didn't exist in the time period, but in the way they used to look. And apparently this led to what we know now as the modern giraffe. Maybe selective breeding? And people are convinced that this might even be how we got horses. Well, that's pretty neat. Telltale clue is the placement of the horns. So these are like, copper. The cat's snoring, I'm so sorry. Is it a deer or a Cytheverium? It does kind of look like a deer as well. So people are trying to draw conclusions based on these sculptures. Imagine Uma, but long Uma. Long neck. The wild exponential spic in neurodivergence in the 70s is wild. Lamau. Close enough. Sumeria. Mesopotamia. So this is still, like, it makes sense location-wise. It's like horses, camels, a lot of different antelope and shit, giraffes. Were they selectively breeding, or is this a carving of a deer? It definitely makes me ponder. I'm not convinced that the Mesopotamian people are responsible for it, though. Completely, or it was like an intentional thing. But to carve something and then have a modern man say, that kind of looks like this ancient creature that was like extinct by the time. You know, I'm gonna put this down a couple pegs. We're gonna put it in I don't care. Because like, this is based on an individual's interpretation hundreds of years later when they rediscovered this. This could very well just be a deer. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's got that very specific antler that looks like this extinct giraffoid or whatever they call it. Giraffid. Richard E. Byrd with a Y. Alright. This one I'm not familiar with either. I fucking take my conspiracy fan club card away. What the fuck? Who the hell is this? Giraffoid. Capital Foid. People used to draw animals really fucked up. Yeah, exactly, because they only had descriptions from others to go off of. Exactly. The people who drew are not the same people who went out and hunt. No, ignore me. Why? Do you know what this is? Wait, I do know what this is! I just didn't remember his name. Have you heard about the Word, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? So, okay. Admiral Byrd, I'm familiar with. He had a diary about fallen angels and like random conspiracies and Antarctica, ice walls, pyramids, whole sorts of shit like that. Operation High Jump, officially the largest U.S. Navy mission in Antarctica. This is the Admiral's mission time frame too, from 1946 to 1947, with practical and public aims. All that stuff is still there. They are still occupying that with soldiers, so this did not stop. They just stopped being public about what's happening. The goals include creating military bases, studying polar logistics, and showcasing American power to the world. Byrd led 4,700 men, 70 ships, and 33 aircrafts on an icy venture. While the U.S. press reported on this mission's science and logistics, rumors centered around the one line from a Chilean interview, Byrd's warning of a military threat from the polar regions. That quote snowballed into speculation. Byrd has discovered more than just glaciers beneath that ice. So people associate Byrd's vagueness with like the Book of Enoch, fallen angels, Agartha, alien influence, and all that stuff. Kind of just, yeah, snowballed is a great word for it, and also there's lots of snow, so I can agree that's a good word. The most viral aspect of the Byrd conspiracy claims that his diary describes meeting advanced and possibly otherworldly beings. Some theorists link that to an ancient apocryphal Book of Enoch, a Jewish text that describes fallen angels as the Watchers, who shared forbidden knowledge and were imprisoned in the far reaches of the earth. Within this light, Antarctica transforms from the Earth's freezer to some sort of supernatural prison. It's an irresistibly cinematic narrative that the cult blah blah cover-ups. Okay. The Byrd saga's the most chilling aspect of the Byrd saga isn't the idea of angelic jails underneath the ice, but the secrecy surrounding the high-profile exploration. Operation High Jump's sudden withdrawal after 1 year due to quote-unquote bad weather fuels even more conspiracies, especially when contracted with the analysis of the modern superpower tensions and the fact that they are still there. They're still there. Pictures, NATO's website has pictures of their bases, and like, the gas is in the tanks, the trucks are running. But what if he meant Gauls? Mayhaps. So nobody has this diary. a lot of this seems to be around the abruptness of the mission itself. The timelining is fucking Cold War, dude. It's a great vantage point for the Cold War. And I mean, like, when you really think about it, an interview that vaguely mentions a military threat from the icy plains, do you think that's really Antarctica? That's probably just Russia. Gowls or jails? Oh. Like, if you even just sit with it for a moment, because, like, I've heard about this guy. The diary isn't real. That's just Yakub's. Yeah, I believe Yakub is there more than I believe some sort of Enochian angel prison. With no... Like, honestly, with no fucking diary. It knocks it down a bit. He's real. He's a real man on a real mission that abruptly ended on a real place that they still occupy. Even though the weather was so bad, they still continued their mission. It's just that they... Yeah, what's said in the diary also changed over time. That's also very true. But yeah, like, the suspicion of pulling out and then stopping to go public of what they're still actively doing, there's something there. I wholeheartedly believe there is something of interest other than, you know, depth of ice caps and tracking global warming. Definitely. What was it? Oliver Tree's intro video for a concert recently was him in Antarctica, and that he was on top of an iceberg, and it was just pitch black over the edge, and he's like, there it is. There's the end of the world. We're winning, flat earthers. And then he called round earthers roundies and circles. I thought that was really funny. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree. But like, anyone who goes there, you could tell how heavily monitored Oliver was in that video as well. Like, he was going there to get sound samples of icebergs cracking and shit like that. And they patrolled him constantly. He had to travel in one of their boats, you know? Guided exploration. So it's interesting how much secretiveness surrounding that place is. I believe flat Earth is also a hollow Earth. Well, flat doesn't necessarily mean it's geometrically two-dimensional, so yeah. I could fuck with that. I could fuck with that. I'm gonna take another drink. The Curse of King Tut! What would that be? If it's our Tut, your curse would be to talk about camel vagina for 1,000,000 billion years. Die to get 72 virgins or whatever it was. The Pharaoh's tomb. Hexes have existed as long as spirituality and, you know, just awareness and consciousness has. People have intentions, and they speak those intentions into sigils or items, and then they burn them or bury them or stick them full of nails or whatever. Hexes are a natural occurrence to the psyche and feeling like you can control something. So I believe, yes, hexes have existed. Do I believe that they are specifically responsible for fucking people up? No, I think people do that to themselves. Awful people just fuck their own lives up. Just give them time. They'll fuck their own lives up just fine. Anytime people rob a tomb and coincidentally die a few weeks or months later, it's not so surprising at all. Imagine the pathogens. Imagine all the ancient germs just floating in the air. Stuff the human body hasn't been exposed to for hundreds of years. Just breathing it in. Just breathing it in. You're disturbing dust that's just been there for like many lifetimes, and you're like, I don't know why I'm sick, and then you fucking die. It's the king's curse. You think that's toxic optimism? I'm rarely called an optimist. That's interesting. Poison gas is the real killer. Yeah, and you got a fucking corpse fermenting for a couple hundred years. There's gotta be some sort of output, right? That shit just sealed underneath rocks. That shit's not going anywhere. Hasn't been disturbed. Just waiting for a host body to destroy. Should've got the vaccine. Ah! Plus, those expeditions weren't very hygienic. Yeah, exactly. British people were fucking disgusting, dude. I used to get told stories by my great grandpa. He was very into the spoken history of our tribe specifically, and he would say that there was code words of how, like, you know, that were just like main words. Code talking has always been a way that Native people have dealt with Westerners, but there is a code word system to describe the hygiene of British people and like ranking them, and like to warn other Native people to stay away from them because they weren't using soap, you know. They were getting like dysentery and cholera and tuberculosis, and then just going out to their regular day job at the market, coughing on your steak or whatever while they sell it to you. My grandpa was very open about the fact that our people did not trust the whites' hygiene practices. Are these code words? Place is haunted as fuck. Let's leave. Let the whitey deal with it. Something like that, yeah. I wish I could remember. My great-grandpa died when I was like 12. I don't got too many memories of him, but he's got like cool war stories from World War II, because him and his brother lied about their age, and Canada was really gung-ho about sending Native people to help Americans. Him no wash hand after goon. Disgusting. Let's see. So people who are hexed by tuts too. 9 different people, allegedly. British archaeologist Howard Carter spent 15 years searching for the obscure boy king. 1922. So yeah, the hygiene was definitely questionable. Carter assembled team. Death comes to all disturbers. Here we go. Died in Cairo at age 56, bitten by a malaria mosquito. Blood poisoning. Damn, he's a fancy fella too. So a mosquito took him out. A cursed mosquito. Yeah, he's got the socks on. Little femboy king. Ah! Let's see. Arthur Mace, who directly worked with Carter, was removing artifacts, handling the mummy itself, left Egypt in 1924 due to his declining health, and died in 1928. Okay, 23, 28. So these are still within 5 years of the expedition, though his death was slightly later. Bruce Ingram, friend of Carter, was gifted a mummified hand. British people are fucking crazy. I'm gonna gift you a mummified hand. I'm gonna eat it like jerky. Didn't they used to do that? Like the Dutch would like jerkify African people and like give them to their friends and family as chocolates. That is a cool ass gift. It is! But you cursed your... Is this where the monkey paw comes from? Egypt isn't Africa. Bruce Ingram was gifted a mummified hand. He used it as a paperweight. His house burned down, and then had a flood during Reconstruction. Okay, he didn't die. He just had some piss poor fucking luck, dude. Radiologist Sir Archibald Douglas Reed also allegedly died after X-raying Tut's mummy at the Science Center post-extraction, though this tale has proven to be fabricated. Okay, 2 people died. The other 2 people didn't technically die. They just had bad luck. And then 1 is unconfirmed. 58 people reported were present at that sarcophagus. 8 died within 12 years. Hardly evidence of supernatural targeting, considering the age varied from mid-30s to 60s. Okay, so these were already aged people who were inevitably probably going to die in the next 12 years anyway. So yeah, correlation is not causation, fam. I don't give a fuck. King Tut, you could suck my dick from beyond the grave. They used mummies for weird pseudo-medicine. You know, grind them up like a truffle and put them on your pasta. For your health. A lot of tombs were robbed because people thought mummies had medicinal properties. Oh yeah! I guess they did. Like voodoo magic shit. Same reason why you got like Celtics and Vikings digging up corpses and grave dirt for their hexes and spells. You know? Pretty sure the mummified flesh is like an electric rich English thing that people fucking died from. Well, they didn't understand pathogens and germs yet. I think it was a Canadian that invented antibiotics. So you're welcome, you dumbass white people. Dumbass Britons eating fucking ancient corpses, being like, I'm feeling a little under the weather. You know? Oh no. You lost all of your money. You're so fucking dumb, dog. So dumb. Hey, look at that. You got a chance to make some money. You should take it. Okay, let's see. Die Glock. Is that bell? Let's see. Die Glock. The bell. The Nazi bell. A purported top secret scientific technological advice wonder weapon, or Wunderwaffe, developed in the 1940s by Nazi Germany. Rumors of this device have persisted for decades after World War II and were used in a plot trope in the fictional novel Lightning by Dean Koontz and the fictional television series 12 Monkeys. First described by a Polish journalist and author Igor Witowski as Prada of Wunderwolf. It was later popularized in a military journalist and author, Nick Cook, who associated it with Nazi occultism, anti-gravity, and free energy suppression research by the Nazis. I think this was in Wolfenstein 3, wasn't it? And then it turned into a robot. Is this the thing that turned into a robot in Wolfenstein 3? And then the lady was in it? You guys remember that? Has anybody played that? Type Obey. I'm pretty sure this Die Glock bell ended up being a mech suit in a video game I played. I don't know, I might be crazy though. Alleged Nazi miracle weapons. Let's see. Developed by Nazi scientists that is a glowing rotation contraption rumored to have some kind of anti-gravity effect. Some say to be a time machine or a part of the well-documented SS anti-gravity program. We wouldn't have a lot of our technological advancements without the Nazis. I'm just saying, this is I believe they were researching something like this. I can believe that. This is something that they definitely we're trying to do. It looks like there's specifications and dimensions. Is this a real thing? Why is there only drawings of it? There's no actual pictures of it. So yeah, this must be a blueprint, perhaps? Anti-gravity and potential time machine? Free energy suppression. Free spinning, self-sustaining. What if this became the Hadron Collider? We don't know where that information is sourced from. Free energy suppression is real. So is particle control, splitting, and time dilation experiments. Could this be where that all came from? Is real. That's what I'm thinking. Someone did a lot of research on human experimentation. You don't burn it. You have your most trusted researchers read it. I'm sure almost every idea they had documented has been put to use by some sort of government body. Now I'm thinking, this could be a particle accelerator. You know? What if this is proto-particle accelerator bell? But also that's really cool because this is the mech machine from Wolfenstein. I'm so red-pilled on this. Like, I believe it. I believe that was their intention too. And the fact that it only exists written down in paper form with plans and diagrams, and they never got to build it. I'm completely convinced that somebody did. And doesn't that shut off in like 3 days for the first time since COVID? Some fucked up shit happens every time that particle accelerator shuts down. Did we ever play Wolfenstein games on stream? No, I played those in my own personal time a couple years ago. YouTube doesn't mind. No, I don't think so. As long as I'm not spouting hate speech or dressed as a Nazi while I'm doing it, I should be fine. Also, I'm brown. I'm exempt from all rules. Your rules don't apply to me, white man. I'm 100% convinced, but it's not built, and we don't have that associative tie to current technologies. But I think this is being used. I think this has been developed, and I think we're not quite to the specifications detailed in the documents that they found, but we're getting there. Separate legal systems. That's why the police don't look for us when we're missing. We get our whole different sort of legal system. That's why CPS be waiting outside the hospital room when our people are giving birth. Okay. Anyway. Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia. Wait, this is This is like a building people aren't allowed to go into as well. Like, I think I know about this. They've been preventing people from going in there. Like, there's been literal wars to try to see or take the Ark of the Covenant. Let's see if I can get an actual... This is also sourced by Indiana Jones. So there is this church in Ethiopia that only ever has a single person attending to it. And once they die, a new person takes over. It's like shrouded in mystery, which is why a lot of people are thinking that there's something in there. Guess the name of this church, you guys. I stumbled across this the other day because I was trying to timeline Zionism. This is something in my free time. But you know, I stumbled across this the other day. The name of the church, with one priest guarding it at any given time, with cameras watching it so no one steps on the ground entirely, is called Cathedral of Our Lady Mary of Zion. In Ethiopia. Real church has been up for like thousands of years by this point. People believe that's where the Ark of the Covenant is. And according to Jewish Bible traditions, it's like a tablet, I think, right? It's like a golden tablet from like the Babylonian era. And when did Babylon go down? Like 600 years before Christ. Well, this church, this land, it hasn't always been a cathedral, but this land has always been monitored and protected since then. So a lot of people believe that's what's there, because biblically that's the location as well. And I don't know if you know this, but Zion is like just the location of the Bible. It's a little bit about around like African riverways and, you know, up to Lebanon, Palestine, Israel, and a few other places. Like it's a few countries, and there's a lot of moves being made, let's say, to reclaim ever since World War II. I think they started the reclamation like immediately after World War II, if I'm not mistaken, like a year or two after the Israelites started their occupational pilgrimage back to the motherland of Zion. Eastern Hill of Jerusalem specifically. Yes, I trust your input as our resident Jew. Thank you, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong too, right? This is all shit that I just scroll through and like read in my free time. But this church is sussy, and it's one of the only places in Ethiopia that has Hasidic settlements. One of the few places in Africa that has Hasidic settlements. Yep. Remember, immediately after World War II. So, not all artists paint, you know what I mean? I actually don't know because I'm Jewish, I just learned it because of my pole phase, unironically. That's so real. But yeah, this church has been there a long fucking time, is within the Zion area, right? Is really suspiciously handled by their priest. There's no patronage for a cathedral. That is bizarre. It has a lot of holy significance, but is not a part of any pilgrimage, which I also found really strange. And like the one staffer really fucks with me. That really makes me think there's something in there that you need to be of a specific bloodline to behold. Draconic, perhaps? I'm just kidding. But, do I believe that 100% the Ark of the Covenant from the Bible is in there. Pics or it didn't happen. How am I gonna get my pics anyway? One of these days, the priesthood is gonna die early, and the person who takes over is gonna be a Zoomer with a TikTok account, and then I'll get pics. Bloodline technique. That's usually how they've kept their secrets, right? That's why they're so fond of incest. That's why they populate their cities with so many kids. That's why they have so many fucking kids, so they can contain the information and pass it on in a controlled but growing population. Why have schools in tunnels? Why do you have a school in a tunnel? How do you support 13 children if your only job is to study the Torah? I'm sorry, I gotta reel it back. Anyway, Cathedral of Zion is very real. It is matching up to the timelines and dates. The church has been standing, even in different forms, on the same piece of land. Nobody is allowed there but single elected priests. So it's factual. I'm gonna say that's facts. But I'm gonna keep it from being a truth nuke because we don't know exactly what's there, but it's definitely being very heavily restricted, guarded. You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Heard secret Jewish tunnels in New York. Yeah, they found like 30 girls. They weren't wearing shoes, and they were like in a classroom underneath a building. And then I guess some random people stumbled across them and got them all out, and there's video footage of like 30 girls stepping out of a sewer grate in like really clean clothes. So it's like they came from a building underground, or like a cleanly section of the sewer, which just feels like oxymoronic to even say that. The clean sewer. There's factually Jew tunnels under New York, the place Epstein lived, by the way. There's an expansion happening too right now. They are occupying entire blocks of Section 8 housing and then opening kosher grocery stores in random towns. Like small towns too. So I'm sure there's going to be several more tunnels in our future. Autogynephilia, autoandrophilia. It's the same guy. Auto, self. Gyno, vagina. Philia, propensity to, I think. What could this possibly mean? Autogynephilia. Is that John Money? I don't know. Is it? Attraction to your oneself's own vagina. Getting off on the idea of being a woman. Oh, it's like that one guy with the balloon tits who had the bimbo fetish and would like suck dick for his dominatrix mistress, but also like had wife and kids and wanted to be a man. And he was only sexually attracted to the idea of being a woman, not necessarily wanting to be trans. How is this a conspiracy though? I think this is just a fetish. I hear LGBT people talk about autogynephilia. It's another way to call somebody not real trans and a pervert. Oh, so this is like another layer of like the whole like TERF thing, right? The trans exclusionaries, or like the trans medicalist type stuff. So this is just The conspiracy that gender dysphoria is a fetishistic thing? Is that what this is trying to say? Well, I think people in general just hate each other all the time. A divided population is the easiest to control. The more you buy into separating yourself from the others, the more easily you can be taken advantage of. Conspiracy is that expanding gender identity is conceited effort to promote fetishism and grooming children. Grooming in a circle essence. Okay. This is a real thing. It's a real word. This is a real mental propensity. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. But I'm not, like, what is he, a psychologist or something? Is he the one who made the association of transness being fetishistic? And I'm assuming this is autoandrophilia is just the inverse of genders, same principle. There's really no way of knowing, though. Every trans person I know in my life doesn't date men. And this might be a coincidence, but to be a woman and fuck a woman, male or no matter which way they transitioned, they just don't fuck with men. I know one gay trans man, but they're asexual, so they also don't fuck with men. Do I believe every single trans person has fetishistic impulse behind their decision? I couldn't know for sure. I've never been trans. I've never questioned my gender alignment. So I don't know. There's no real scientific way to prove that. Humans are not going to outright tell you, I only want to have a vagina so I could stare at my pussy in the mirror. Right? They're not going to tell you that. They're going to tell you they want to kill themselves unless they get hormones. Humans are like that. But do I think this is like the hard, fast truth about all trans people? No. But do I think there's an unassumingly large amount of people who do it solely for sexual reasons? I think that's plausible. I could believe that. I could take that pill. I'll take that pill. No, they'd ask you to fuck them. I'd be lying if I said they haven't. Guys, Tylenol! It's autism time, baby. Tylenol. The fact that this became a sweeping declaration by the president is just bizarre. So I'm gonna assume the Tylenol conspiracy is vis-a-vis autism, right? I'm assuming. Some weird shit happening outside my window. Goodbye Horses would be playing in the background. I think a lot of them do it for sexual reasons. I think a lot of people's drive is sexual. Gay, straight, trans. Humans are so fucking goon-pilled. I feel like Tylenol was a shit post. It's a shit post that made it all the way into the legislative offices. It's like hydroxychloroquine and COVID, you know? Let's see. Let's see what I can find. The fact that RFK and Trump, like RFK is like notorious, like about the whole fucking, what would you even call it? It's not quite new age, but it's definitely holistic self-medication type shit. Like, YouTube doesn't really want me talking about transsexuals, HRT. Oh, that's fine. Don't. You ever think that some ideas could just be a Discord post? I think taking anything while pregnant will fuck up your baby. Yes! The fucking pollutants in seafood is enough to fuck with your baby. They don't even want you eating sushi. Literally what we're on topic to. I know, but like, we're also under the restrictions of a terms of service, you know? So, you saying something and them not letting me see it, I don't know how I can help you. You know? Alright. RFK announced a link between autism and Tylenol, acetaminophen during pregnancy. Pregnant women not to take the drug, which is known by brand name Tylenol, or give it to their babies, and then repeated a bunch of numerous conspiracies about autism. Okay. The conditions people use acetaminophen to treat during pregnancy are far more dangerous than any theoretical risk that can create blah 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 blah. But I want to know the conspiracy part. Trump said he believed that the drug was a very big factor in autism and expressed concerns about shots given to children, saying that they get these massive vaccines like you're giving them to a horse. Does he still think that we're taking those giant 5-prong shots that they took in the 80s? We're not doing that anymore. His information might be a little dated, but that's fine. He's like, what, 85 right now? Advising women not to take Tylenol is irresponsible, blah, 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 blah. What happened during RFK Jr.'s announcement? Okay, this is all like level-headed, scientifically backed bullshit. That's not what I'm here for. I want the schizo post articles. Give me those. Loyal Trump soldier Ken Paxton suing Tylenol over autism conspiracies. Ken Paxton's got a son with autism and he tried to sue Tylenol. That's so funny. Wait. Did he win? Damn. He did not win. The Autism Foundation found that 31 people were estimated to have autism, a disturbingly sharp uptick released in 2006. 1 in every 110 children were diagnosed with autism by the age of 8. So the parameters for diagnosing autism changed. This actually coincides with the DSM-5 upgrade that happened in 2008, I think. So I think the uptick in autism has to do with the diagnostics changes, the spectrum inclusion, you know, the various types and stages and grades. Like, I'm really glad you don't have autism, but you're at risk for schizophrenia. Well, both of them are dopamine and like norepinephrine deficiencies, right? Let's see. Or deficiencies or overactivity. Really got tested for autism. I don't really need to know. I don't think diagnostics makes anyone's life easier. Unless you have some sort of physical condition that demands medical attention. Where is the one about the Nazis living on the dark side of the moon? We did talk about Die Glock, so I'm sure it's there somewhere. Okay, a lot of this quote-unquote research and supporting kind of aligns with a change to how autism was diagnosed, so I don't think they're correlated. I'm gonna say the president has hit the schizo cusp of conspiracy by making that sweeping announcement. And like, that's the thing, they mentioned it and then they didn't put any restrictions or anything. They just set out a warning and then they moved on, and nobody has talked about it since then either. Psychiatrists are just billing people for misdiagnoses. It's very lucrative. You notice, okay, if your psychiatrist is using a pen that has the name brand of a medication on it, you cannot trust them. Or if their name ends in Berg. Also, the one about dinosaurs never existing. We'll see. There's a lot. Vaccines in general. There's a lot about vaccines. Humans fucking, before we had vaccinations for like smallpox and Parkinson's and shit, fuck, people were dying in their 30s regularly. So like, vaccines in theory are good, but I think when they say conspiracy theories, I think they're thinking of like implanting chips through COVID vaccines, or changing your biologic like chemistry and shit, altering you with a substance. I don't know, man. Berg and Verg sound pretty similar. People still lived in their 60s regularly before the 1900s, dude. I mean, specifically the people with said diseases. You know? Aliens shoving microchips. There's people who voluntarily put microchips in their hands so they can get into their building without a key. Like, people are biohacking. Biohacking is super fucking common. We live in a cyberpunk era right now. But to be unconsentingly injected with something, I can see why this curated fear. Do I think they're necessary? Yes, but I also think that they need to be formulated properly. And I think the speed of which the vaccines that caused the most conspiracies were created made people very uncomfortable. Like, shit like this takes years to perfect, shouldn't it? So this is probably why people started getting a little schizo over it. And then you also have the loudest voices being like, microchips, 5G, turn the frogs gay, chemtrails, you know? Being able to get Adderall or Ritalin, some people swear they're ADD meds and that they need them. Well, when you think about it, banking, for instance, finance used to run on cocaine, right? And then cocaine got dirty. They all moved to Adderall. Anybody in finance is fucking addicted to Adderall. Anybody who's programming, a majority of the most the highest of the fucking Silicon Valley dudes, they're all on Adderall and ketamine and shit. They're upping and downing themselves in order to take full advantage of their productivity. Biohacking, baby. I'm not an addict, I'm just a biohacker. I love CP. The speed of development isn't the problem, the mandate was the problem. Yeah, the enforcement. Anytime the government's trying to force you to do anything, that's also a great way to curate unease into a population. Pretty sure the COVID jabs were confirmed to be hazardous, but to some extent by WHO. Specific batches from various brands. Exactly. It's because of the speed of manufacturing and the demand, because they wanted everything to go back to normal so fast. They were not satisfied with the thought of a, mass isolation event. That's what they wanted to prevent, even though that is what eventually happened. I thought there was a lot of documentation released saying that the COVID vaxes had a bad side effect but everyone stopped caring by that point. I mean, long COVID and shit too, people are trying to say. But like, you get sick, you get your immune system is fried. Like, if you get too sick, or if you already have underlying conditions and then you get sick, then your immune system goes into hyperdrive. Polio, MMR, all WVAX. Exactly. But those had like hundreds of years to develop and distribute and test, and, you know, they were given to select groups, not mass injection, absolutely mandatory to keep your fucking job or across the border. Of course you're gonna fucking, you're gonna cultivate so much fear in your people, so much distrust. The weaker you are, the worse COVID can get. Yeah, I got COVID once and I was hospitalized for like 7 days. But I have heavy autoimmune issues. So if I get sick, like, everything goes wrong. Okay, where did I put it? Vaccines. I'm gonna put it in getting warmer. I think it's just a shitty situation all around, lots of mistakes, and forcing people to do something at the risk of them losing their livelihood is just not the way to go about doing things. Yeah. I lived in California, and the people at 7-Eleven and the Dollar Tree acted if you didn't wear a mask, they would immediately kill them all. Yeah, they wouldn't even let you into the grocery store if you didn't have masks. But they weren't. It's my understanding that America wasn't like Canada. In Canada, every door you went into had sanitizer and a mask for free. Did you guys have to buy your own masks? Or were they provided to you by the establishments that you entered? I think it was like government provided and like mandatory. You also, at like the Walmart, you would be able to get testing strips for free. Like, you didn't have to pay, you just grab them. Idiots thinking vaccinations could stop passing it on if you have it. So true. It just stops it from affecting you severely. Disposable masks were usually provided. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's out of character for America in my eyes. But then again, who am I to judge? I have the curse of being Canadian. You had to buy your own. So certain states, you just had to buy your own. Fucking cheapskates, man. Fire is alive. I'm Ojibwe. This isn't a conspiracy. This is my culture. This is my fucking culture. What do you mean conspiracy? Wait. What do they mean by this? Fire and water are alive. Oh, this is, response. Output response on molecular levels. Okay, so people think, you know, you treat a glass of water a certain way with some salt in it, it'll crystallize differently depending on how you nurture it. There's also people doing it with rice right now, which I guess technically is just water and a catalyst, where they would keep jars of rice cooked, toweled off, sealed in sanitary jars, and like have them isolated with their own music for each little jar of rice, and different microbes would grow, different types of mold. Some music led to it still being perfectly preserved, maybe just a tiny bit slimy. She would leave them on for weeks. With water, molecular crystallization based on, like, I don't know, fucking church music or a monk or somebody just berating the little glass of water will give you different sort of fractal representations of how your energy influences the molecular structure of water. And this is all proven. Like, this all really happens. So this is a subsect of that, which is fire is different in so many ways than water, though, because it's like it's the destruction and disbursement of matter, right? where water is the collection and the movement of matter. In native spirituality, we believe that fire is a portal, and we speak to fire. We ask fire questions, we give fire offerings. Like, fire is a deity. Most elements of nature are considered like, are deified, quote unquote, in the Western sense. Fire is a process that resembles life. Energy can't be destroyed, it just can be transformed, and that's really what it comes down. Is this why you like fire water so much? Yeah, it's in my culture. My culture. Let's see. Fire consumes things using oxygen and grows. Sometimes people use this to point out in philosophical debates about how this specifically constitutes as life. So the fact that it can feed itself, expand, take over, that's what gives it life in this specific context, I guess. You'll sometimes see occultists of various stripes suggesting it is alive or contains living forces from metaphysical perspectives. Fire reacts too, just like water does. Especially in like witchy perspective. Flames are an excellent scrying tool. Entities can communicate through it. And I believe that that's an old philosophy because my people believe that, right? It seems like a conspiracy is more like a really interesting worldview. Well, yeah, this is just a philosophical worldview, right? Everything's alive. Everything with motion and matter is considered a life form to a lot of cultures. And I agree. I agree this is factual. You can be alive without being sentient. I'm a firm believer that you can be alive without being sentient. Like NPC. Fire is NPC. And to my people is spiritual gateway. Queer propaganda in schools. Is representation propaganda? It is when it's enforced. Kids can be gay. Kids can be queer. They can be proud or whatever. But let's say, I don't know, a straight teacher puts up a bunch of pride shit for June. Not a single gay kid in that class. You know? What is it? The road to something, wait, the road to mistakes is paved with good intentions. Does that make sense? God, what was it? Like, they start to enforce this sort of behavior, though. That's where it kind of crosses the line. Like, a teacher representing a recognition, right? That's not propaganda. A child representing themselves. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, yes. And then this is early on too, because I have been an educator during a time where we went from, you know, just decorate on your own terms. You can be gay, but it's not going to be something that's like a feature, to it being a part of the curriculum. Right? To being a part of the posters provided by the governing body that runs the institution. That's where the line comes, where it becomes propaganda, right? It's written in the textbooks. It is a mandatory assembly. It is horny themed prizes and contests, you know? It's calling out a small percentage of your students, you know? And I don't think the ratio of gay people has changed, or there's more or less of them. I just think that, again, the social structures created by social media makes them less inclined to experience shame over it these days. You know? Math is just nerd propaganda. So true, so true. But like, they did the same thing. Like, McGraw-Hill textbooks is a Mossad agent. Yeah, isn't the owner of McGraw-Hill Publications Ghislaine Maxwell's father? We still called each other slurs when I was in school. You know what? Me too. Me too. And like, we didn't need flags to know which kid was gay. Oh, we knew. We knew. But yeah, now that shit is written into curriculums, given in packet sets of posters and suggested materials to show the classroom. What I personally think is like bizarre is when they hire teachers of certain proclivities or identities, why are we introducing ourselves as our sexuality? You know, your sexuality is not a personality trait, dude. I'm not going around being like, oh, I love sucking cock. Nice to meet you. Like, who does that? Gay or straight, that's just like, hello, nice to meet you. I will not fuck you because of your presenting gender. Have a nice day. Like, who behaves like that? But a new teacher will come and be like, these are my pronouns, and I have a male wife, and you need to know all this shit about me, and then, hello, what is your name? Like, no, just, if you don't want them calling you Mr. or Mrs., maybe have the kids call you by your first name. You ever think of that? Why do we need to invent new pronouns? Just so you can feel comfortable in your place of authority. If anything, giving people your access to your real name builds more rapport. Kids want to learn from people that they're close to and they like. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... Where is it? Queer propaganda in schools. I'm gonna say, yeah, the road to hell is path with good intentions. But they gotta think about who they're representing and what's being exposed. I think that's an afterthought. Now that gays are more visibly experienced than they ever have been, that's no reason to change things when that specifically doesn't apply to a majority of your student body. and it adds a layer of confusion, right? I told you guys my sister's story of how she was trans for a couple of years, and then she just one day decided she wasn't. And nobody made it difficult. She just needed to develop a little bit more brain matter access, you know? And that could be the same for all these kids, except every single year they're exposed to the happiness and how these people, you know, love better and all that shit, you know? Like, and you start comparing to your own life and your straight parents, and you're like, maybe the fact that I have a mom and dad is the problem. Now let me tell you, young Johnny, about lesbian domestic abuse statistics. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Road to hell paved with good intentions. That's where I'm going to stay with that one. Do I believe it's 100% intentional to reprogram the children? I don't think it's anywhere near that nefarious. Don't cancel me. Just kidding. I could just hit the X button. You can't cancel me. I don't have a job. Anyway. Space is fake. Well, this comes with a lot of conspiracies. wrapped into it, right? This is a big umbrella statement. Huge umbrella statement. Because, like, moon landing is filmed by Stanley Kubrick type shit, or the angels beyond the firmament, or the flat earth encased glass dome projection. You know, there's people out there who believe the sun hasn't been real for the last 12 years. Did you know that? There's people who believe that we are currently using an artificial sun, and our sun is currently being harvested by an outside civilization for energy. And in order for us to not die immediately, there are people who believe that's all true, and we are currently have billionaires funding a massive artificial sun. Can you believe that? I love schizo doom scrolling, you guys. You have no idea. And then the next guy will be somebody, like, I'll scroll to the next guy on my feed, and then it'll be some guy trying to make a particle accelerator hoverboard, and it's just a tech deck with some foam on it, and some kinetic sand and a piece of gum, and he's just like, ah, yes, the trajectory of the thrusters needs to be recalculated in order to calibrate the 7th dimensional hoverboard. Having astigmatism. Wait, what is this? The artificial sun argument is just people that don't know what astigmatism is. Oh, the light flares that you see? Yeah. I remember they mentioned Dyson spheres, and we're 1000% schizo because that shit is implausible. Space is fake. Big umbrella. Big umbrella. There's also, people who believe that new telescope, that really high fidelity camera that they have. Yes, this BGM is from Mass Effect. I don't know, it sounded conspiracy-y, okay? It makes me feel like a spy. I kind of feel like a spy. Anyway, do I believe space is fake? Well, I mean, for a couple thousand years, we only saw it from the naked eye. We only can draw what we see, and a lot of the recordings are used to back up the beliefs of people who believe stuff like this. Because back then, we didn't have as complicated or advanced looking glass technology. Like, at the most, we had like what, like a little telescope. A handheld telescope, like a pirate one. Like, okay, humans' experience of space is very new, so new, and so expansive and so quick. Like, we are accelerating like exponentially on what we know about the world outside of our planet, that I think that would cause, like, it's like so new, dude. Space exploration in the last 50 years, or documentation, studying, we can sonar planets to see if they're hollow. We could find out chemical compounds of dust floating by robotic drones floating in space. We've been sending signals out and getting replies for years and years. There's a specific signal that we've been sending out. I don't remember much of the details, but like, we're getting replies from something. Do I believe space is fake? I believe that it's easier to say something is fake when you don't understand it. And humans rely on written documentation of experience in order to reinforce their own experiences, or justify, or, you know, help them feel like what they experienced was real. And I don't know, man. I can see why someone would think space is fake just because it's easier than believing how many fantastical advancements we've made. It's easier to call something fake when you have no idea. Yeah, you have no idea what's out there. I think that's like humans' default defense mechanism. Fake, you just cry fake news, and then it's no longer your problem. You know? I believe people believe that. I can justify why people believe that. Do I believe that? No. 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 Not at all. Space is fake. Whitey ain't on the moon. He's stealing no gifts. Well, then how did all that cheese get there? Fake implies a faker. Yeah, exactly. If it is being faked, then who's going through all the trouble to fake it? And, you know, the progression over the last couple of years isn't super protected. There are elements of it that are super secretive, but like we get trickles of public information that are mind-boggling in some cases, you know. There was an asteroid that fell recently that was tested and had tryptophan on it. And there are people stating that these chemicals existing out in like just the dust and rocks of space could have been what landed here, because like that's the same chemical that's in stuff like datura or psilocybin and you know, DMT type stuff. That's the stuff, and it apparently just exists out in space, and they have the ability to test for it now. And now there are people who think that space rocks impacting the Earth and influencing our fauna and flora is what created consciousness. And that's why when people do trip out, we have such similar experiences, like the machine elves and stuff like that. You, me, space, shrooms. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. They were their gods. And that's like, honestly, that's the alien influence that I think everyone's implying is some sort of actual entity. You know? It's just them experiencing the machine elves after the space dust psilocybin started growing outside their churches. You know? Or the landing asteroid that just ate turkey before landing. Iron weapons over bronze. Yeah, how did we know how to make alloys that fucking early, dude? Wait. I need to adjust. Space isn't fake. And honestly, I think space is responsible for how we've advanced and will continue to influence our advancements. So, I do think it's plausible that it was impossible to take footage on the moon and then they had to re-record staged moon landing in order for it to be believable back then. There is no way the technology could have survived the type of like pressurization and stuff like that. Not back then. Oh, what's up, Axe? I haven't seen you there. Welcome. Let's see. Evolutionary denialism. This is I don't know, man. This is creationist bullshit, right? That's what I think. People are just so aggressively convinced by their faith. You know? What's up, Andrew Jackson Fry? He just fell in the river. I hope you know how to swim. But, evolutionary denialism is pretty hard to sell. You know? There's just so much evidence, carbon dating, but they always kind of fall ass backwards out of those and just disbelieve it, and they choose to disbelieve it. So this is a creation myth turbo mode final boss. It's huge. It's a lot of people believe it. People thinking added bones and blood to iron to make a magical cool. Wait. I actually just ended up adding carbon and turning into early steel. That's awesome. That's so metal. accidental alchemy is cool as fuck. But like, this is such an individualized belief system. Do I believe of the creation myth? No. I do find it interesting that almost every culture has one, right? But then that was the world before we could explain what we saw. Humans fill in gaps. It's like, I see Adam and Eve creation myth to the same level of fidelity as a stork carrying a baby to your front door. Like, they are both equally believable ways to have a child. And to spread the population, you know what I mean? Metallurgy early stages in history is interesting as fuck. I used to watch this show. It was like ancient weapons, and they would take an ancient weapon and describe the history of it and the construction mechanics of it, and they would battle against a modern weapon, and the ancient weapon always won. And it was such a cool fucking show. I forget the name of it. It might just be called Ancient Weapons or something like that. It's like an old HGTV, like, reality slop-up, and I used to love the shit. What's up, Rose? Welcome back. Let's see. I don't believe it. I know lots of people do. I cannot justify as to why they would deny entirely evolution. And I see a lot of creation myths, not about the birth of mankind. Literally, it's like, it's consciousness. They all represent consciousness. When humans achieved consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Crop circles. Okay. This one's muddy because some people do it as an art form, and it's just been an art form for bored farmers for like hundreds of years as well. Some of them are unexplained, but who's to say some guy just didn't break into your property and just do it in the middle of the night? Now, the real kicker about a crop circle is the geometry. The accuracy, the scale. Oh my god. But it is not possible. People create murals, sculptures, massive, in parts. They build it in parts. They pre-plan. And like, I think it's plausible that these are all human-made. And I think the mythos of it all is even more initiative to do more. You know? It's like a massive post-colonial shitpost. You know? It's just they're just trolling. Trolling in the grass. Tra-la-la. Evolution denial, or denying of all of it, is just so low IQ. And I could not be fucked for the reason. I couldn't give two shits to hear out their reasoning. Like, I just don't care. Like, good for you. You don't believe in evolution. Sucks for you. They've had live demonstrations on how they've been done. Really interesting stuff. Doesn't take nearly as long as you think. It's called trolling. Yeah, there's like so much documented people who claim the creation of these crop circles, and like the original creator and the whole mythos, I guess, of it. I think that would just inspire more people. Like, people make the correlation that, hey, this is a sigil that appears in some sort of esoteric text from the 1700s. Whoa, what could this possibly mean? It means that some guy rented a library book, saw it, and wanted to scale it up and put it in your lawn, you know? It still happens too. And it's funny that it happens. I think it's purposeful that it happens in areas that have quote-unquote higher UFO activity, like New Zealand and certain states in America have way more crop circles, because it's easier to convince them that it is an outside party doing it. If you were going to go do that in a place that hasn't had any UFO sightings, then they'll probably be like, oh wow, that's pretty cool, and then just move the fuck on with their life. No, they're specifically doing it in like New Mexico and shit like that, where there's like a high concentration of people 100% convinced that they are being visited from some sort of otherworldly entity, right? It's essentially just farmer graffiti. And I think it's badass, right? I think it's real. I think it's intentional. The placement, like, the fact that it's in high UFO areas seems even more intentional. The fact that before they were lucid, creative expressions and they weren't like something specific or referential, and then they eventually became things specific to esoterica or supernatural or extraterrestrial influence, the more like it didn't start all looking like fucking divine geometry and runic elemental symbols. No. That's not how it started. This is some guy drawing a big old flower on his tractor because he was bored one day. But it just becomes you know, more farmers throwing crop circles like gang signs. So true, so true. They're repping their hood. There's no house for like 10 hectares. Hard to make crop circles when all you have to work with is a bunch of cacti. Well, you know what I mean. They do it in the dirt. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I think I only said New Mexico because of Roswell. Look at me, Hector. Shut up. What are they called? Hectares? They're like bigger than an acre. Shut up! Shut up! I've only seen the word written. Anyway, Big Pharma. Anyway, the internet was discovered. Hectares. Is that really how you say it? Crushing my corn to flex the homies. Stomp dominance. You just go into their farm and you stomp a big 666. I think we can all mutually agree that Big Pharma is intentionally subduing the masses, you know? The whole psychiatric system is all about neutralizing outsider thought processes that make them inconvenienced for what we call quote-unquote normative behavior, which is idyllically a good worker who doesn't complain, who shows up to work every day, who doesn't get sick, you know? Normalcy is almost like the ideal pet. They want to breed you to be hypoallergenic and to have not smelly shits, you know? Humans are being selectively bred and medicated in order to help them align the preferential system assets that they want you to be as a quote-unquote normal human. You know what I mean? They want to breed you. Well, no, because you would be one of the people who are medicated or align under their qualifications of psychiatric medicine identities. So if anything, they want to, you know, do a little eugenics on you. They prefer you didn't breed. They want the good ones to breed, or at least medicate you into being a good one so you're actually worthy livestock to keep the system going. Are we getting super kids? No, we're getting idiocracy, I'm afraid. Only the dumb people and the Jews are having lots of kids. I'm just saying. It's so common for, like, Mormons too. Mormons are having kids out the wazoo, because that's where the kids fall out. They fall out the wazoo. And the, like, what, 10 kids all with J names? Shit. The whole world is going to be populated with Mormons, Jews, and hillbillies soon enough. If we stop the Indians. That's the future. Future in a nutshell. Jews and the Masons are loyal to them. They're working together. Never forget that. I like hillbillies. Me too, but boy, do they fuck unprotected. Speaking of hillbillies fucking unprotected, we are now at critical alert for Manitoba's AIDS crisis. Because holy shit, everyone has AIDS over there right now. It's crazy. The hillbilly province. That's your update on the state of Canada right now. Yeah. Manitoba's a province. Internet was discovered. The internet mirrors so many things that occur naturally in the world. The functionality of data connections are like root systems. Mushrooms between trees can help trees communicate with each other. Right? So like the principles of what the internet is capable of and the functionality does like naturally exist. It's just the information we were trading is just, you know, different. Internet as we know it now, discovered as we know it now, no. But I do think people stumbled across a natural occurring system of interconnected networks and used that to become what is the proto-internet that has become what we currently know the internet is now. The internet was definitely not discovered, but there is 100% a spiritual link. Yeah, a lot of people will compare it to layouts of ancient sacred grounds too, for like computer chips and shit like that. But like, if you think about it, there's so many natural systems, like our vascular system, our nervous system, and like the electricity processing the information, like all of that I can see influencing the creation of it, but I don't think internet as we know it now was just found as is. But I think it's a collection of naturally occurring systems, fine-tuned for the purpose it was created for, which was moving information and watching porn. Yes, the internet was made for porn. JPEGs were invented for porn. Proto-audio and video formats were created solely to share porn. The internet discovery was just 100% reliant on human nature's need to goon in the comfort of your own home. Best future or doomed future? No future. HAARP. Wait, HAARP. What the fuck is this? Goonst in the shell? Ah! Oh my god! That's so fucking stupid. Wait, I just cackled like a witch. What the fuck was that? I'm gonna make another drink. I wanna get more drunk. Just a little more drink. No more dink. Are you guys drinking? It's Friday. It's Friday, baby. Friday. Fucking mine on Friday. More drink. Pouring myself more Hank cackle juice. Hey man, I'm leaning into it. If I have no choice but to be a Hank, you better believe I'm making spells in the bog. Hell yeah, we drinking attaboy. I love having an all-adult audience that I don't need to specifically cater to and like tiptoe around. Can I just appreciate? Let's hear it for PN. I'm so happy I don't need to tiptoe around you guys in order to say my opinions, and the only guidelines I need to abide by are the terms of service. Please don't report me. I'm a good goy. I'm a good little goy. Let's hear it for PNs. give me a second. I'm almost there. Okay. Anyway, HAARP. And it's causing weather on steroids. Oh, weather manipulation machines. Okay. So, there are several types of energy harnessing things out in, you know, random fields throughout America, right? There's fucking windmill farms, hydroponic collection, fucking, what are those things called? The ionosphere stuff or whatever. It kind of comes back to the the Glock, the bell, because that was also anti-gravity, right? Tesla was working on that shit. The Nazis were working on that shit. There's people who believe that there is fields of what looks like it is energy harvesting equipment, but people believe that it is magnetically changing the weather. True, because Jews. Well, let's see who owns it. So, people believe that this is to weaponize the weather, causing destruction on a global scale, causing earthquakes, cyclones, flooding, and snowstorms, and other natural disasters. Sending microwave radiation beneath the ground, strategically pinpointing fault lines. There are fields of antennas. One of the countless earthquakes claimed to be linked to HAARP was the Iran-Iraq earthquake that killed around 500 people November 2017. Despite tensions between the two nations and the United States, Iran's Deputy of Interior Minister for Security and Law Enforcement, Mohammad Hossein Zolfakari, dismissed malintent, denying such rumors on any scientific basis. So they even brought these to the people and being like, these energy fields that are apparently using Tesla technology to use magnetic fields to generate energy, for these antenna fields. That's what they say their intention is, but people believe that they are responsible for manipulating fault lines, weather patterns, as well as, I believe, mind control, if I remember correctly. Like these, because they went up with very little explanation to the layman, right? It's just like, you're driving down the highway, it's the same green canola field, you know, that you've seen your whole life growing up, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of antennas sprouted out and like cubes in between them all, gathering magnetic energy out of nowhere. Yeah, you're gonna question it, right? So people believe that this is also like mind control thingies and like mood manipulation, manipulation of people's decisions or cravings. Let's see, and like telepathic control, right? Real schizo shit. Let's see. Oh, look at this. There's this one I don't know about. HARRP's futuristic seeming research and organization's official stance on developing future tech tools, including the aforementioned radio frequency and magnetic transmitters. Skeptics assert it has the fortitude to disrupt communications networks. Claims that it has the capacity to dismantle entire electronic communication. So people also believe this is an EMP, I guess? Related to the capability are accusations that the HAARP was behind the malfunction of the Columbia Space Shuttle crash. Okay, they just pulling doo-doo from a butt. They just bending over and pulling straight doo-doo from a butt at that point. Okay. Do I believe magnetic fields can be used to create electric energy? Yes, that's proven. Tesla's research wanted to provide free energy, and maybe this could be like a step towards that, but of course it's only in select areas right now, and it seems to have a lot of public pushback because I guess humanity is just retarded. Doesn't name the juice. Never mind, it's a scam. No, this is green energy initiative shit. That's what this is. This is energy without fossil fuels. And it just uses the magnetic polarity and microwaves, which is pretty sweet. But it's just not being embraced. Do I think that it's controlling people's mind? No. Do I think that it can disrupt electronics? Probably. Probably. You ever drop a magnet on your phone or like on a monitor or something? Yeah, it'll fuck you up. Of course a magnet's gonna disrupt your fucking stuff. Do I think the lack of information makes people stupid? Yeah. Always, every time. Do I think this sci-fi looking field is making people freak out and draw correlations? Yeah. So I can see why people would believe it, but I don't. We're gonna put that in the getting warmer section. Clean Wehrmacht. Wehrmacht. Is this another German thing? See, I haven't been familiar with like any of these, dog. Clean. Well, I do after I look it up and I'm like, wait, I've heard about this, and then I just talk some shit. The myth of clean Wehrmacht. The myth. Negotianist notion that the regular German armed forces, or the Wehrmacht, were not involved in the Holocaust or other war crimes. The myth is heavily promoted by West German authors and military personnel after World War II. So this is militant separation from the Nazi troops and the German army. Is this true? They call it a myth. None of it happened in the first place. Let's see. Even when war crimes were waging against extermination campaigns, particularly in the Soviet Union, the populace that was viewed by Nazis as subhuman, ruled by the Jewish Bolshevik conspirators, having been acknowledged, they ascribed to the Party Soldier's Corps, or Schutzstaffel SS. Schutzstaffel. But not the regular German military. Really? So this is the belief that the SS operated separate. So the Waffen wasn't a part of the Wehrmacht? And why is this specified to be as a myth? Is this not true? Or is this just the last ditch with like a stunt, like a political stunt to separate themselves from regrettable choices they made in their ranked? German military were just dudes fighting for their country like any other military. But I'm not too familiar with a lot of World War II. The subhuman stuff isn't real either, by the way. He just didn't want them there because they were taking advantage of the German people. Well, that's what they do. They get settlements and then they have a shit ton of kids and then they expand, and that's what they did to Palestine immediately after World War II. So like maybe some people were onto something, you know? Maybe some people were onto something. I heard rumors that Germans tried to bribe a certain people into deporting first. Damn. Guess it wasn't enough. You don't get kicked out of hundreds of countries for no reason. Yeah, and like no matter where they settled, they got kicked out. So, mostly because of their crediting system. Because like, didn't they invent crediting systems and like a lot of the methods used by money laundering, and then took advantage of a shit ton of societies over hundreds of years before World War II even was like a twinkle. Nope, it wasn't a rumor. He offered them a stipend or whatever to leave, but they didn't. Well, that's just gentrification 101. You stonewall squatters' rights. You know they want the land. You double down, right? That's typically the same methodology they use to this day. Propaganda about World War II is honestly kind of insane. The narrative that it was a country full of pure evil behavior is an extension of the villainization German post-World War I. Yeah. America had some beef and a few allies they wanted to protect. Because there's a Zion is very important to a lot of Christian sects too, let's say. So they are invested by way of apocalypse theory. They, hedging their bets, perchance. I believe this isn't a myth. I believe... Wait, no. What do I believe? I think there are people who wanted to separate from the choices, and because during the time, it was more like platoons being taken over. It wasn't like, it was like convincing, right? And then they shifted sides. Was it the German military? I don't know that enough, but I am convinced that the people post World War II would be desperate to want to separate. I mean, don't they have laws about speaking about Nazis in Germany? Like, you can't say anything about Nazis. World War I and both are scale central banking started from the separate reasons. Okay. But got the massive and grand scale, and they did this because the central bank and how much money there is too. You mean? I think they do. At the very least, they operated in a support capacity. But how much of that was, do I compromise my morality and lose my job? Because, like, soldiers aren't just volunteers, right? They are paid employees. They're government employees. So, like, what was the risk of saying no? Officially. Wait. Literally, anything that challenges the official narrative will get you arrested in Germany. Ain't going there. I think it's true. People wanted to clean their name and separate from the situation because it makes sense. A lot of them have compromised their morality so they can keep their families fed. Evangelicals believe that the Jews need to end the world for Jesus' second coming. The whole second coming, isn't that also a recent ideology? Like, or what was it? Where all your bodies get like sucked up into heaven. Like, this is all very recent additions to the Bible, but a lot of people were willing to, end nations to get their apocalypse to go right, The reason why a lot of Christians are building bunkers right now. Rapture, yeah. Rapture is a relatively new concept added to a later version of the Bible. I thought the people who witnessed the tomb of Jesus were waiting for the second coming. Who knows? I've never personally ascribed to any religion, to be completely honest with you. Only when I've had religious psychosis, which does happen sometimes, just girly things. Second coming is a bastardization of the idea that the Jews don't believe in Jesus, the true Messiah. The doomsday prophecy will give them a real Messiah to end the world. Unless you mean his resurrection, which was described as the second coming. Yeah, didn't it already happen? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Still Christianity. Yeah. I'm just saying, people are treating recent amendments like they've been hard, fast rules forever. The government ignores indigenous victims. Genocides aren't always overt, You can just tell by breeding patterns, monitoring patterns, data collection, placements of where they were made to move. It's just... It just doesn't end. Like, it's still going. Like, we're what? 30 years since the last functional residential day school has been closed? Like, that's not that long. I was alive. I was alive when the residential schools was open. And people are acting like that is like ancient colonial shit. No, this is the shit that they've been working on for decades. They would institutionalize and separate Native orphans so they can test different things on them. Did you know that we would not have Enfalac baby formula without testing the actual nutritional limitations and necessities in order to keep a baby alive by experimenting on Native children? Do you still believe in residential school mass graves? No, that's egregious. I don't think anything that nefarious was happening. But again, not all genocides are like a big mass extinction, you know? It's covert, it's slow, it's calculating. My people are retarded, undereducated, isolated, misguided. Some are very, very colonized, and some are so desperately, like, the divide alone. Like, I don't know a lot of Native people who ended up breeding with other Native people, you know? Like, because if there's two Native parents, they have CPS waiting outside of your hospital door, unironically. You have a drug history and you're brown, you're not getting painkillers when you break your fucking leg and go to the emergency room. You're just not. If you go missing and you are above the age of 12, they assume you ran away or you're gone partying right until they find you floating face down in the river. I've known several families whose kids and family members have gone missing who had to handle their personal investigations themselves because of how frustrating it is to have people take it seriously, you know? I think it is ongoing. I don't think it's ignoring. I think it's systemic, it's long-standing, and it all roots into, you know, eugenics, genocide, breed out the engine, blood quantum. They want the least amount of indigenous blood in each individual so they can stop giving you benefits. You know what I'm saying? Cops don't give a fuck. No, absolutely not. I don't know how personal I can get about this. Ugh. It's like, this is my life, dude. This is, I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory. This is real life. So, let's say, hypothetically, when I was really, really young, another Native person harmed me. And people knew about it, my family knew about it, we reported it, and one of my family members was in denial because it was their friend, right? The cops didn't do anything. That individual was still allowed to be around me. My parents, my grandparents all took it as to, well, if the cops don't really see it as a problem, then there's no problem, right? So I had to exist around this person for a good while. And the uncle that trusted him and kept him in my life witnessed one of these events, took it in his own hands, right? Smashed a beer bottle, tried to slit this guy's throat. They got in a huge altercation. My uncle ended up losing his eye. And I was like 8 years old. I had to watch this all unfold, right? And then the cops came and they were told everything again. They sent the kid home. That was my uncle's friend. They arrested my uncle and put him in jail for assault for like 8 years. because he was trying to protect me, right? But the real karmic delicious cherry on top was the same cop that arrested my uncle for that said assault is the same cop who denied taking that same kid who hurt me to the hospital or to jail for drunk tank right in the middle of the winter. He froze to death because of that cop's neglect. He died that night. He passed out, he pissed himself, and he just died. He straight up just fell asleep drunk, died in the snow. Not a single cop was involved in my justice, and anyone who did just fucked up. Now, I don't think that was because I was a child. I don't think it was because it wasn't happening. I think it was because we were native. You know what I'm saying? That's just my experience. I don't think this is a conspiracy. The beauty industry relies on feminine oppression. Yeah, I would say that's real. Absolutely. Do I think it's mandatory? No, but I do think that it helps align with things that we seek for approval, beauty standards, you know, the thriving for eternal youth, covering our marks of aging. That insecurity is so deeply engraved in a woman's brain. And I know, like, haha, whatever, Freud brain woman moment, but like we're so programmed from birth to deny ourselves individuality in order to be accepted, you know. No, I totally agree with you too, shit ass. I'm just saying that I think the ignoring part is intentional and it stems from a greater systemic issue. You know, you could even say our problematic behaviors also stem from the same systemic issues. You know? But that's a sociology thing. That is not conspiracy. So we're gonna put that to bed. Shoot, shovel and shut the fuck up turns out to be an option sometimes. So real. I lobotomize my personality in order to be socially acceptable. Women have to do that, or else they're not picked, right? We have changed society in a way that when women have control over those aspects, they no longer have to be the one who's picked. The more a woman abides to the social infrastructure of beauty standards, the more likely they get to do the picking themselves, right? And I think that's appealing. You know, women don't get a lot of power, so this is like controlling the narrative, and it really pisses off, you know, the chuds and the incels because they don't get to do the picking. You know? They don't get the pick of the litter, even though this beauty standard is the only thing that they want to reach for, right? They don't want them anymore because they've hit that standard. They can have their pick of the litter. Even the ugliest woman with enough makeup can get so fucked. So fucked all the time. Being a woman in the post-enlightenment age is like a psychological prison. Fucking being a human is a psychological prison. Meat prison. True, until they hit the wall. No one tells them this, though. Well, that's the age that they're so adamant on running away from. And it's really sad because you see these, like, these chemicals put into beauty products right now that have to do with, like, I don't know what they're called, like niacinamides and all these like different lotions and potions that are to prevent aging. There are children like in Sephora's scream crying to their parents saying, I need this ingredient, and they have that young skin, right? And like it's to the point where it's the children now who are also being taken advantage of by these beauty industries because they grow up with their hot mom with a dad with a good job, and they're like, how do I get that for me in my future? I know, $700 Sephora gift card. Who wants it? Have seen this shit in prison. Beauty products have a bunch of poisons and carcinogens, as well as very dangerous dyes and shit. You know, dyes, they expire, and like bacteria. Ugh, there's so much. I haven't worn makeup in like fucking forever, and when I do, it's usually like for concerts or I'm in a cosplay. Like, makeup should not be an everyday thing. That shit is so bad for you. But I do have the luxury of not having to interact with people and being traumatized to the point where impressing men is not my mission objective, you know? So like, it just doesn't suit me where I am right now in my life. But do I think that they're purposefully feeding off of that? I wouldn't even call it oppression. I would call it training. Because, like, you don't have to abide by those rules. You just feel the societal pressure to do so. Nobody's making you do it. And there are people who do use the same cosmetics to express themselves alternatively. Then, you know, that's the anti-disestablishment reclamation of cosmetics, is the alternative world. Usually, typically has nothing to do with even looking like a human, let alone looking younger and more appealing to the masses. But even that's slowly going away with like goth e-girls and shit. You ever see that shit? Where they're like, I wanna be your goth mommy. Ugh. I can't fucking stand it, dude. It makes me want to kill myself to ever call myself goth in my entire life. Daddy Clown probably knows. Just a fat tit bimbo in a fucking Forever 21 black dress and a corset belt and black Party City lipstick being like, oh, you wanna be my daddy? No, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I wonder if the concept of trans ideology is the logical extension of applying the young female body dysmorphia concept on a wider agenda. Autogynephilia! People fetishize the idea, right? They want to co-opt the struggle. You ever see people like SJWs for a good while there, for instance, was a great example of people adopting other people's struggles in order to feel like they are existing, you know, to feel alive, to apply themselves to a message. Where are those people now? 6 feet under, probably. Killed themselves. Oh, look, a hot big titty e-girl with white face and eyeliner and a black lippy, but definitely goth. Fuck off. Yeah, totally. Not a tattoo, not a piercing, not a single band that they could mention. Just be like, I'm so goth. What's your favorite band? I really, really like XXXTentacion. Look, fuck off. They're literally a part of a group. Just a conglomerate of commercialized standard fake goth girls. Yeah, it's probably like a content house where they do like OnlyFans or some bullshit. You can market anything. There's a niche for everything. And people are very open for their desire of wanting a goth person. And then once they date a goth person, they realize that they're literally just dressed like Adam Sandler 90% of the time and don't wear makeup and barely clean their piercings so their face smells like rot. Maybe I'm projecting. No, it is literally oh, that's so gay. That's so fucking gay. I hate that. I hate that. We're moving on. Bird spy drones. Well, there's even bug-sized drones now, man. You're never safe. They're always surveilling you. Anything that flies is filled with lies. Remember that. The truth is in the rhyme. They listen to emo rap and dudes that have faces like high school desks. I got this tear because I killed someone in kindergarten. You better believe that kid hasn't gone to prison. He's fucking white from Ohio with the pink dreadlocks. If he went to prison, he'd be raped to death. Well, considering that birds aren't real, yes, you do believe that. Good rule of thumb is that any group you see overly presenting online is a facade. That's so true. That's why I don't mind, like, that's why I don't over advertise myself. I don't want to fall into that pipeline, dude. I don't want to overexpose myself and then have to serve a community that doesn't align with my mannerisms and beliefs, you know? Bird spy drones. I believe we have the technology to make very convincing ones. Do I believe every single bird is a spy drone? No. Do I think they could be created, even mass produced and functionally behave like birds? Yeah, I do. Right down to like a fly. We can create pretty accurate, what's the words? Falsities, I guess, of any creatures. Like, we know enough about animals that we could probably make a drone that looks like a really cute dog in the park. You know? Don't trust the golden doodles. They're spies for the CIA. Like, you kick it around like that one MIT dog. I believe that every bird is a drone, but because it's convincing, because it's funny. You know what? Yeah, that earned me another point. Yeah, I think that would be a delightful thing. But do I think it's... I think it's possible. I think that they could be mass-produced. I think they could be used to be, like, a terrible nuisance. I think it would be best that they weren't mass-produced and given to civilians, therefore used by governing bodies. Do I believe every single bird that ever existed is currently a spy drone? No. So we're just gonna get away from the truc. Just a little bit, but you convinced me there. Because it is funny. I like it. UN world domination. Amalgam. A one country planet. What do you think? You think that's the end goal? Amalgam global city? This one's straight up just true. That's what I'm thinking. Because, like, there's a lot of nuance, right? Domination doesn't necessarily mean total control. It just means giving up. You know, giving up control too. And the point of the whole UN is to reach unified decisions beyond the control of each individual country to become a governing body of all countries, right? At least that's my understanding of it. Now, the weirdest one about this is like the bike path thing. Do you remember when they were adding bike paths to like everywhere? And then I think it was Paul, maybe? They're in cahoots with local land use planners to rob your neighbor's God-given rights. Agenda 12. I'm not paying you. Fuck you. With that website. I do kind of remember that. And then they thought it was like the bike paths is just because it was like a UN decision that multiple countries put out at once. People saw that as the UN claiming American soil for themselves, so that bike paths were no longer American because they were decided upon and created by a collection of countries known as the UN. So it's sovereignty for those lands that are bike paths on roads. Is sovereign land to the UN. And they thought this was a part of a greater plot to slowly creep into every country for the purpose of global domination and unification. So that's what this conspiracy theory is. And I don't believe that's like the one conspiracy that sticks out to me that I recall about this exact like type like premise, I guess, based on the title. But I think the UN's just general intention and influence over other countries and unifying is a form of world domination, and in a way that we're giving up chunks of our own power, right? And that's really what domination is a power exchange. So I do believe it 100%. I'm sure to wear flags with fringe when I walk on bike paths, as it befits sovereign citizens. Hey ya, hoya, Chief Black Flag. Basically, whenever the EU or UN tries to find the US, we've pushed back to stop them from trying worst shit. Yeah, that's true. And I think the US is the only one who ever really pushes back, you know. I don't hear of other countries resisting the influence of the UN. And the thing about the UN is it like, it's elected from within for the officials, right? Like, there's no people or outside governance deciding who gets to be UN, right? It all comes from within its own organization, I believe, when it comes to representation. I have a friend who's actually studying to join the UN as a lawyer. And that's how she described it. It's all self-filleting. The Ouroboros dick suck, if you will. The US is pretty much funds the UN, so it doesn't really have to put up with their stupid shit. Oh, yeah, it's like a rich kid's dad buying a library for a school, and then the kid can get away with anything, you know? I think so, yeah. This is a bot that Scud has designed to log in and chat to make sure his PN stays on screen. Oh my god, he's hacked! He's hacking! So I believe 100% world domination can mean a lot of things, and they have achieved it by one of those many things. COVID was orchestrated. People were talking about COVID as early as like 2016, 2017. I would see shit about it on the internet. A respiratory disease. Back when they used to identify it as coronavirus, when they were talking about it on like 4chan and stuff. Scud is the hacker known as Anonymous. No, I am. I need to make you guys little Guy Fawkes masks. I think that would be really cute. Let's see. I think this kind of applies too, right? COVID was orchestrated. COVID's compliance testing. I think this went a little too far. And when you put people's livelihood on the line to serve your agenda, even though you think it's for the greater good, like a majority of the population can get COVID and be perfectly fine. If anything, I think the mandate should have only really applied to people who were immunocompromised, and maybe like some sort of support stipend to, you know, have somebody like socially have you still have access to things like groceries and medical care and things like that, you know, to incentivize protecting the people that they made everybody protect at all times, which is just bizarre, because the amount of people who would have been affected to the point where it was lethal by COVID is so small compared to like the population. The autoimmune, the young and the old, like how hard is it to prioritize protections of smaller groups? Why include a mass scale everyone must comply mentality? The leak was a mistake, but they capitalized on it to ramp up the control. Yeah, the leak in 2016 or 17 on 4chan, I remember reading it. I think this was always an inevitable thing, because diseases change all the time, and coronaviruses have existed for a long time. Like, it's just COVID-19 was a mutation that they were anticipating, that wasn't quite there yet, that they weren't ready to publicly announce, that was getting tossed around medical conversations and political conversations on message boards for the most part, like 8chan and shit. But do I believe that's proof of them orchestrating the whole ordeal? No, I think that was, they kind of showed their hand. They showed their fucking hand way too early, or their hand was exposed way too early. And it governed every choice they made after that. Severe choices that impacted a lot of people's livelihood, social structures, and just trust, just general trust in the systems that control our lives, you know? I believe the COVID compliance test was unnecessary to make everyone do some sort of mass compliance. It was a bad choice, just one bad choice after another, because people's anxiety was spiked way too early about something they were preparing for. It wasn't orchestrated, it just wasn't public. That's where I'm gonna stand on that. And I'd be standing on business. I'd be standing on business. I like the cheeks puff. Business. Buttermilk biscuit. 10 toes. Yeah, webbed toes. 10 webbed toes. The basement tapes. Eh? Photos look familiar. What is this? The basement tapes. They look familiar. Are those the Columbine kids? So wait, is this about the like the VHS vlogging that they did for the few years before Columbine? Don't look it up. Why not? Are they released? I thought they the full set of like only some of them were released. Are they actually released? Okay, so I'm pretty sure those are the shooters from Columbine. And then I know that there's like a vlogging their process of choosing their targets, their reasoning. It was like a video manifesto. Why can't I look it up? The problem that with COVID was the killer pandemic they pretended it was. The panic was bound to fizzle out despite media's breathlessness. So true. The news cycle is so much faster too, now that everybody is like saturated in mimetic information and like quick access. The news cycle isn't 24 hours a day, it's like constant now. Of course people are going to be anxious. They're going to keep refreshing the page ad nauseum until they get an answer that helps them feel cozy. And COVID did not give them the cozy answer. The random boop boop beeps in this instrumental is so funny. Beep boop boop beep boop. Okay. So there is a web archive. Oh, it's a dead link. Wait, no. I'll just put .pdf. Okay, the thing that you do for the Epstein files worked. You know how sometimes you open, do you ever go through the Epstein files? Sometimes you can open certain files and it just gives you a URL and a blank page and you just need to add .pdf and then it'll give you a full PDF of the pictures and stuff scanned in that docket. And a lot of people just leave those pages when they encounter the blank page, but you just need to put .pdf. I just fucked up Googling it. What did you find? Holy shit, what kind of freaky deaky shit did you show yourself? They were misfiled. Well, I think that's just harder to have people get at information that's more incriminating, right? And I'm not gonna say you guys are, but the majority of conspirator Americans only read headlines. I'm not gonna call you guys stupid, but those guys are pretty fucking dumb, don't you think? There was a Bob Dylan album called The Basement Tapes. Okay, news to me. It's up to me. Let's see. Eric Harris and Dylan Kobold are sitting in the Harris... Okay, this is transcripts of the Basement Tapes. I'm just gonna do a quick little skill. They're pretty much just laughing and talking about who would play them in the movie about the shooting. They name the clerk who sold them the guns. Apparently his dad is who got them the guns. What the fuck? I have so much rage, but you put me onto it. Then complains about his father and how his family had to move 5 times. So a lot of this was them talking about rape fantasies, them hating their super religious family, but at the same time calling girls in their schools whores, and like they're good little fucking Christians, so they wanted to rape Christian girls. Okay, so the tapes themselves are evidence and not public, but it seems as though the transcripts exist. And you know, that's the thing, word of mouth is hard to believe, just like the Epstein files. Give us the videos, unblock the pages. I think it's worse to remove information, you know, than it is to just give everything and just have people cope with the reality. Release the Chud tapes. Oh god, they imagine though, they would love the internet as it is. I believe these tapes exist. I've seen footage of it in documentaries. I believe there's way more tapes than the footage we've seen. I believe this was just something that they did. I remember that it all started as like they got together because they had similar music tastes, but they were paired together for a school project that had to do with video. And then because their friendship carried on after that, they just kept doing videos. So like keeping a video based on their relationship as like 2 bros makes sense. The tapes are real. The tapes are real. They're evidence. They're just so happen to just be a video form for one of the school shootings that is the manifesto. That's just what you got. That's their manifesto. It outlines all of their intentions and their belief systems and all the struggles that brought them to there, and really highlights their bond and their sense of humor. I might actually read through these transcripts now that I have them. I think Columbine is one of the conspiracies that seems to solve because they just did it. Yeah, angry teens. They're just angry teens. There's no conspiracy about it. There's no outside source. There's just teens who are sick of it. Epstein is still alive. And then it's the picture of the person who is in Israel who technically looks like Epstein. Okay, so you see, Epstein was killed. I am a firm non-believer because I am a believer that he is still alive. Somebody with that much connection, information, financial support, and property is like there's no way. There's no way he wouldn't be able to do like a faking of his death that's rather convenient. Now, who did the interview with Matan? What was the other guy who did an interview with Matan? Palm Beach Pete? There was this one interview from Epstein that said he had a twin brother named Pete. I don't know if you've ever looked into this Palm Beach Pete shit. He drives the exact same Rolls Royce as Epstein. He lives in the same zip code as Epstein's Palm Beach home. Like he lives on like several blocks away, but he lives really close. He does not disclose his last name, but I'm sure you can find it if you look hard enough. He's got the same bite, which is really, really hard to recognize. And when he did get recognized for having the same like teeth structure, it's like people get identified. Like bodies get identified because teeth are pretty much just the fingerprint of the face, right? His teeth align up almost perfectly. There's a lot of people who are... Oh, and he got his teeth veneered like a week after the internet started pointing out that he had the same bite as Epstein. So, what if they swapped him out and killed Pete? See, that's what a lot of people think. The amount of funding Epstein has put into genetic altering, cosmetic surgery, and identity politics. Like, he has so much money in that shit. And he's also a narcissist. How long do you think someone like that is capable of staying out of the spotlight? Because that guy that was in Israel, that was just like Epstein with long hair, had a different hairline. Looked the same, but whatever. Epstein is a Jewish person. They just genetically look similar. Whatever. But this Palm Beach Pete guy, proximity-wise, what he owns, the fact that he's putting in bids to buy islands right now, the fact that nobody knows what he does for a living, but he just so happens to have access to private jets and shit. Did you know Epstein Island still has people living there? It's like still fully functional. The real estate agent too is the same person who sold Epstein every single home that he had. And the real estate agent also sold Palm Beach Pete his home. I'm sorry. A super rich guy with private jets and no obvious job, not suspicious at all. There's an interview about Epstein saying that he had a twin brother named Pete. We've never seen his brother. His brother was not in the spotlight. This interview is pre his 2008 child endangerment and sex trafficking charges. He just mentioned his brother when he was asked about his family. Every other interview talks about his mom and his dad and his grandpa. No, that one he mentioned his twin brother Pete. Never mentioned him again. Oh, who knows? Swappa? Keep him private just so he has a body double, perhaps? What if Pete was the unformed twin that lived on Epstein's back? His little ganglion cyst with a little toupee. The movie The Island. Mayhaps. I think Hollywood and disclosure go hand in hand, personally. I believe Epstein is alive because he has all the connections and funding to make that possible. And he is such a narcissist that if he was alive, he would dangle it in our faces constantly. So, Palm Beach Pete is everywhere. And he's milking the shit out of the Epstein stuff, dude. People, narcissists and sociopaths love being in control of the narrative. Of course he's gonna take that for himself. Great move for demoralization. Oh yeah, trust nothing. Palm Beach Pete is milking Epstein. Ha! I'll have what he's having. Dog suicide bridge? That's so sad! Wait, dogs commit suicide? What the? Wait. What the fuck? Overtone bridge. I'm so sad and concerned. What the hell? Not the puppers. The Overtone Bridge is a Category B listed structure over the Overtone Burn on the approach road from the West Overtone House in Dumbarton, West Dumbartonshire, Scotland. Who the fuck names these places? Designed by H.E. Milner. Since the 1950s, locals have referred to this bridge as the Bridge of Death or Dog Suicide Bridge, as it is reported that dogs are leaping from the bridge into the ravine below. Researchers have found at least 300 dogs have been recorded jumping from this bridge, with at least 50 of them dying from the fall. The phenomenon has become more well known in the 2000s and early 2010s as the incident began being reported online and on the media. For example, in 2004, Keith Michael was walking his family and golden retriever when the dog suddenly bolted and jumped off the bridge, but it survived. But it was traumatized by the experience. In 2005, at least 5 other dogs have also jumped from the bridge in the course of 6 months. Alice Trevorrow was walking a Springer Spaniel named Cassie, reported to a strange experience at the Overton Bridge. I had parked up and she was so obedient I did not put her leash on. Me and my son walked towards Cassie, who was staring at something above the bridge. She definitely saw something, and it made her jump. There was something sinister going on. It was very out of character for her. Do you think the dogs are seeing something? There's a lot of beliefs that animals can see otherworldly entities. But I think that's where the conspiracy comes by. There are also, like any other bridge, human incidents. A paranoid schizophrenic father threw his 2-week-old son to his death from this bridge because he believed his son was the incarnation of the devil, and then he attempted suicide, but was caught and placed in a mental health hospital. He chose the location due to the association with ancient druids and dark spirits. Okay, so this bridge is placed on a place with esoteric significance, I guess? This bridge is pretty recent, but there's something about this land that drove this paranoid schizophrenic to toss the child. Do you think, because this predates the dogs jumping over, do you think the dogs are trying to help the little boy? You guys think the dog's trying to help the little boy? No. I'm sad too! What the fuck? Oh man. Now I'm sad. So dog suicide bridge. Bro, I had no idea. I'm surprised you guys knew. But the fact that a human killed their baby for spiritual, esoteric reasons at that specific location has me, I'm a witchy bitch, has me thinking that those dogs saw something and it drove them with a lot of urgency. So but it was also like 20 years after this person killed their kid before the dogs started trying to jump off of it. Interesting though. I'm gonna say getting warmer because I could believe why people would think the two are related. The dogs just want to be heroes. I love Pupper. Okay. I knew because I went kind of viral once and everyone was confused until somebody explained it. All right, well, I hope I explained it well enough. I was hopping around the article. Hope I didn't miss anything. Ghosts are real! I am a firm believer that energy cannot be destroyed. It just changes. And then I'm also a firm believer that all matter has space between because that is atomically correct. We are atoms in open space. Anything can exist in an open space. I'm also raised extremely like Ojibwe spirituality. We have a lot of significance with funerals, attachment, and communication. Like the red dresses have spiritual meaning because it's the only color that the dead can see. Enough hours playing Phasmophobia to convince me. I like ghost shit. I've had a lot of people in my life die around me, so there's something oddly comforting to know, like, the people who actually made positive impacts on my life are still ephemerally around, potentially. And I think that what ties me to suspending that skeptic part of my brain that wants to disbelieve everything. I believe that they are real because I want them to be real. And I just don't think energy can just go away. I think the spirit is real. I think spirit and consciousness are similar. I think our bodies have nothing to do with our soul and our mind and who we actually are. The scientific explanation of the dog that doing that think that it's safe to jump, but then they get seriously injured or die. Well, that's stupid. I too believe in ghosts despite clowns like Zach Bagans running around being an ass. Is that the guy from the History Channel that did the 90s ghost show and it had all like the jump cuts and like the super exaggerated faces and like the slowed down circle the evidence footage? I love that shit, man. It's so stupid, slappa. Like Zach Bagans. Goofy I believe it. I believe it because I want to believe it. Shut up. Ghosts are real. I believe that wait, there's another thing too. I also don't believe ephemeral beings are all human ghosts. They could be entities, they could be animals, they could be literally anything. Anything that has a soul. Wait, where did I do it? Staged mass shootings! Okay, we're in Alex Jones territory right now. I think mass shootings is a combination of neglect, accessibility, and just children being shit. Children are shitty. I think assassinations are very staged. But do I think a teenager retaliating after decades of struggle or idolizing somebody who took out their struggle in this specific way is intentional or staged or somehow manipulated to look worse than it actually is for sympathy or to change regulation or whatever? No, I think children are fucked up and therapy is expensive and society prioritizes and values an adult's time more towards the production of like just any productivity more than they do prioritize the influence adults should have on children. It's like it would be great if everyone had enough time to give the kids the attention and like the open ear and the honesty that they deserve and will prevent these sort of outbursts, hissy fits. But we can't. It's not how society is made. That's not how we've aligned ourselves in the system, or have been corralled into by the system. Like, I think mass shootings, especially like the school ones, are an inevitability of mentally ill kids struggling in echo chambers. Especially now that there's so the frequency of it is just, it's a lot of influencing and copycatting and seeing themselves and other people who also committed mass events like that. Whereas, like, I can't think of a mass casualty event that isn't just like a mentally ill person, you know? Bombs in the Boston Marathon, for instance. That guy was very fucking mentally ill. Driving vehicles into groups of a certain, you know, race, or religious sect. Usually also a very mentally ill person. This is like the last-ditch effort to have some control in a world that makes sure that if, in order for you to behave, you must relinquish control. And I think this is just people being pushed over the edge. I don't think any of it is anywhere near as contrived or staged. I'd like to think almost every assassination, though, is staged and a political move. And then the ones getting groomed by online fetishists. Yeah, like the 765 people who are getting rewarded for sending footage of them beating up random old people or mutilating an animal. There's no accountability for Discord or these groups. Yeah, but they're still gonna, you know, ban me for posting pictures of a 5,000-year-old vampire spread eagle. You know? What kids are you protecting? Not those ones. Not those ones. They'll have hour-long goon sessions on voice chat cameras and extort each other into carving satanic symbolism into their faces. They're recently getting arrested. Do you remember when I was just like, give it a year and the shit's gonna be everywhere? When we watched that documentary last year on them and the kid who originally started it and how it like snowballed out of control. And now there's like competitive, edgy, Satanist grooming groups playing. We watched that, right? 100% right. It is everywhere to the point where it is dictating how platforms act. That's why everyone needs to scan their fucking face. Fuck, you can't even play Grand Theft Auto without scanning your identity and having your behavior in the fucking game be attached to your real identity. The surveillance state is getting out of hand, dude. And nobody is being protected by it. I don't even remember what we're talking about. But yeah, definitely not staged. Satellite black zones. Like intentional? You think they're hiding something? Satellite black zones. So apparently Google Earth has black zones, usually based on the sonar style mapping they have for remote locations. So a lot of them end up looking like actual like cavernous holes in the pictures that they come out with. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies about them being significant spiritually or something to hide for like the military or just things with force fields that can't be penetrated by these satellite sonar mapping systems. And like Google Earth is pretty cool what they're doing, right? But like it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to take perfect images of everything. And there's this theory that if something's hidden or unable to be viewed by something like echolocation, that's pretty much what they're doing, right? They're echolocating and mapping as they go. That just must mean there's something to hide. We all know who owns Google, right? We all know who Google works for. You guys can't tell I'm winking. I'm too emo today. Shit! The downside to the emo bang. You don't know when I'm giving you the old wink wink. So, naturally, yes, John Googlestein himself. So if there's... Naturally, the skeptic is gonna assume if you're not gonna let me see it, then what do you have to hide? Which is like a real juggle. It's like a real mentality in the conspiracy community. Is like, what are you hiding then if you're not just gonna fucking tell me? Just fucking tell me, right? It's really exhausting, especially because everything eventually that conspiracy theorists believe eventually does end up being partially, if not completely, true. or something belief adjacent happens and they're like, I knew it! I just had the wrong target! And then they'll start trusting the voices in their head a little more. And then we'll get more mass shooting events. It's an endless cycle that feeds itself. The Ouroboros dick suck. According to them, the black zones lie in hiding evidence of alien bases, ancient lost cities and societies, secret government experiments, or even portals to other dimensions. So some people believe these feedback blackout sections of these maps, you might be able to just jump in and go to another dimension, which is a cool idea. Would you jump into the hole? I didn't know how many of these there were. There's 250. This is probably going to be like a 4-part series because I do want to learn. I want to learn about this. We're learning about it together as we go. And I'm just sharing all the bullshit that I've picked up in my gallivanting amongst the internet. Reporting from the wage cage. Sup, honey bunny? Welcome back. What's up, superstar? How's job going? Area 51, Nevada. See, Area 51 showing up in that echolocation. You're hungover? Oh fuck. I barely felt it. Why am I such a tank? This can't be good. I must have something genetically that you don't have. Blood quantum. Hey ya ho ya. The thing about Area 51, though, what I was saying is that it does show up in its entirety top-down view from said satellites. And everybody has this weird, like, inkling that Area 51 is super secretive, right? But, like, it's so known, it's public. Why would they hide Area 51? We all know it's there. Let's see. What are the blacked out What are the blacked out islands? Jeanette is one of the most striking examples. There is an island in East Siberian Sea completely erased from Google Maps that can visibly be seen from the shore. It has appeared to be released with no official explanation. This black hole used to fuel the wildest theories, from banal cartographer errors to unexpectedly went uncorrected, to a secret Russian missile base, or even the entrance to some sort of subterranean ice world. Agartha! But then, miraculously in 2022, following another update in the Google Maps database, the island suddenly reappeared. Following another update. Let's see. The consensus among the most analysts is that the display problem were technical inconsistencies that spouted the conspiracies. Another blacked out island on Google Maps is the specific atoll, is a scar on the face of the planet left behind by decades of French nuclear testing. The blurred areas might hide its radioactive legacy, but also ongoing covert operations or unknown environmental consequences. So, Marora Atoll in French Polynesia was a nuclear warhead testing ground that apparently is fully photographed but intentionally blurred. And then, of course, the holes in Nepal as well as in Alaska. The Alaska one actually calls back to HARP. Do you guys remember the energy field generators, the magnet generators that people think are like going to do brain control and control the weather and shit? That also shows up. Their headquarters also shows up blacked out. The fields of antennas seem to be drawn over to look like trees from above. Not the 5G stuff, the energy microwave fields. The HARP fields. So Google went out of their way to redraw those harp fields as trees around the compound, which also fueled more conspiracy theories. Okay, so let's hop back. Satellite black zones are real, but there also seems to be intentional edits. You know? Like, I can understand the system malfunction, becoming black disruption, stuck pixel looking images things. The redrawing fields of electronics as trees and blurring out sections of islands that used to be nuclear testing grounds, that's pretty suspect. That is made as a choice by some sort of executive at that company to do that. Like, those are human-made edits. Those are not technological errors. I wouldn't even count them as the same thing. I didn't know about the redrawing trees. Yeah, in Alaska. So that really makes Google more suspect. Like, the relay of the satellite, which is what it's talking about, is the blackout zones. I can get that as a technological thing, but this article specifically branched out into other inconsistencies in what Google is presenting. And I'm inclined to believe that even though the black zones might be real, there is alteration and things being hidden intentionally by Google. Google always sus. Joogle! Also, what's up, Epi? We chillin'. Free energy suppression. So real. Do you know how much money is in oil? So much money! BlackRock does not want free energy. No! Enron does not want free energy. Absolutely not. You know how many people wouldn't be billionaires anymore? Would somebody please think about the billionaires? Oh. When you frame it that way, yes. OPEC is literally energy suppression. It's so funny that without GeoGuessr and stuff like that, Earth would never get looked at so hard. Exactly. Like, people will just only use it to get from point A and point B and wouldn't actually explore it. But now we have gamified global exploration through the lens of this corporation. And that's why we're seeing some weird ass fucking shit. Because it's not a perfect technology. Let's see here. Free energy suppression. So many people are owned by big oil. The entire infrastructure of our societal work ethic was created by the Industrial Revolution caused by coal and oil. Like, so much of what we have to live with is reliant on it. The idea of exponential profit margin growth is also because of oil. The amount of extra carcinogens placed in things like cigarettes and in walls and plastic. Plastic was a byproduct of oil that we were just not dealing with until somebody was like, you know what? We can manufacture shit out of this and make even more money. Without oil, we wouldn't even have plastic. Do you know how many hands are in oil? Why would we want free energy? We wouldn't have modern society without Big Daddy BlackRock. Big Daddy BlackRock. This isn't a conspiracy. It's not. It's just what it is. Oil created lobbying, cigarettes, petroleum, byproduct, plastic, fucking, oh my god, it's just everything. Everything that we have in modern society benefits oil pockets, dude. Wars! literal wars because our oil reserve doesn't satisfy their constant need for growing their profit margins. Strait of Hormuz, Desert Storm, Venezuela, colonized Canada for them oil sands. I see you, BlackRock. Wearing America as a skin suit. I see you. 100% truth nuke. Any deniers out there? Shut the fuck up. What do you know? Sucking big oil's dick. What do you know? What do you know? We could have had free energy since like the 60s, dude. It's not just turbines. It's the magnetic fields. It's hydroponics. It's so many things. To the point where countries that do cultivate energy using those methods have so much surplus that America cannot provide its amount of citizens that the rest of the world be selling their surplus energy. Like, maddening, really. I know you're on the Palantir list. Yep. Terry Davis warned us. They warned us that the billionaires running the secret agencies and the glowies will manipulate us into relying on their data collection for our own personal, protection, because they're going to create a world where we're not safe unless we comply. Terry Davis was warning us. He worked for the CIA. He knows. Be careful, she's noticing. I done been known. No notices. That's what they call me. Here in Australia, we sell our own natural gas really cheap. Japan, who then resells it to other countries for a markup. Yep. That's the same with Canadian potash. We sell it to the Europeans and then they redistribute it at a profit for plant growing and stuff. A lot of oil companies have gone out of business because of those wars. No, the wars are to keep the cost of oil down and mitigate inflation. Or they're a red herring to get rid of the competition. You're right though, Buck. I could see that point of view too. Though, I think lobbying for suppressing free energy options and then still buying the surplus energy from the countries in order to supplement the energy that your country is using is actively suppressing you guys creating your own free energy. Like, you're choosing to buy that free energy from other countries. So this suppression is not only real, it's very effective, and it's outsourcing something that you guys could have just made for yourself, If they make it convenient for the average person, then everybody will just give any privacy. Yep. People do not read privacy policies. They just don't. I mean, there's far too many sus scientist deaths investigating energy. Yeah, exactly. Energy and fuel sciences specifically. The science behind how fuel and why fuel and potentially synthesizing fuel. Like, they were on some shit before they went missing, some of those people. The oil industry is being destroyed by the government to maintain the dollars as the global reserve currency. Well, yeah. Well, fucking America's got a prerogative, right? Aren't they the gold standard? Didn't they create the gold standard of the modern banking system the whole world uses? The baseline is it's real. The question is, how deep does it go? Deeper than our pedestrian brains could probably ever fathom. Most of their employees are probably oblivious to a lot of this stuff. And there's like so many reports of people being worked to literal death on oil drilling operations and fracking operations in the ocean. They'll just straight up die because they're working 30 days and the oil company refuses to let them do the original 3 weeks in, 1 week out type stuff that they used to do because the regulations keep changed and now they are allowed to keep them on those floating iron islands for exorbitant amounts of time compared to before. Like, they don't give a shit about humans. They just want the oil. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Depends on what you mean by effective, but the energy manipulation is incredibly stupid and suicidal. The government isn't concerned with sustainability. It's only concerned is with winning elections. Oh yeah, right people win elections. The same people get to make more money. Nah me. You know me. Jews are in control. Jews are in control. Israel influence. Israel influence. Oh, I might as well just bang it all out right now. Let's see if there's anything else. Alright, well, we'll keep with that. Okay. Israel's influence. Inevitable. Settlements. Originally, when people started immigrating, who were of the Jewish faith, they did not separate to settle. They systemically settled in very specific areas and established so many things. The Jewish population is responsible for the creation of a lot of things that we really cherish today, you know? Like the credit system, fuck, dude. the trade, the fucking trade system that we have, like World Trade Center, like tick type financial trading, and like conglomerates and big corporation public buy-ins and shit like that. Hollywood, yeah, Hollywood's a huge one. We would not have a cultural hub in America to the scale that we do in Hollywood. And like there were films being made in other countries by other people, by other races, religions, creeds, but the way that Hollywood and specifically went about making films was extremely profitable and had very, very low investment lines. Almost every actor was also a friend of a family friend, right? This is like a nepotism system that slowly, because of the attention it got, started inviting your average Americans to participate, and then it grew into what it did. You know, you have those non-Jewish icons that ended up in film and stuff like that. But like in the beginning, yeah, it was kind of not only a boys' club, but it was only in a neighborhood settled specifically by Jewish people. They invented fractional reserve banking, investment banking, credit systems. I'm almost certain the person who invented the blockchain and Bitcoin was also Jewish. I'm just gonna put that out there. A lot of Silicon Valley, holy shit. Like, and Israel tends to pre-plan their settlements. I think it was an intentional placement. It was really, really, really cheap to live in Los Angeles because of like the volatility of the weather and all that. Like, people weren't settling there. A lot of them went to New York, but the people who settled in LA just, there was nobody to get in their way from doing what they did, and now they have Hollywood. Yeah, very much in group. Like, it's a part of their religion, right? The whole trading and credit. Woody Allen is hated gay. Woody Allen is gay and raped. I think struggle makes people very funny. And let's just say the Jewish baby boomers had a lot going against them, so a lot of them were hilarious. Maybe that's why their comedians are so hard to deny how funny they can be sometimes. You know? Very much an in-group. Well, another thing about Jewish settlements is they typically also married outside of their religion, and then people became Jewish for them, right? Because we're not talking Hasidics, we're talking about post-war settler, European, lucrative people. Because poor Jews, typically for the first little while, like, they were coming to America, they were settling, they were grinding, right? But then after World War II, or no, after World War I, that's where the affluent Jews started settling. Because before then, it was just passive settlers and then your odd refugeeism and things like that. But, like, there was, like, a mass exodus of anybody who had money escaping war. Literally a mortgage and insurance broker, and the amount of Jewish bullshit I have to put up with is insane. I've legit seen options like that in America. I could get it for you overseas. Holy shit. A money farm, baby. Do I think America is influenced by Israel as it is right now? There is a lot of Christians who are entangled in other Abrahamic influence that want to protect Zion. And a lot of those people have a lot of power. Unfortunately. So that it becomes the mission objective of the power that they represent to enforce their belief. And this is why I don't think religion and politics should entangle, and honestly, it really hasn't for a good while. I mean, it has before, and it most definitely is happening now, but this is one of the reasons why religion has no place in politics. Because not only are they protecting a holy land, they're doing it because they believe that they share a holy land that they are entitled to. And that holy land needs to be created, that genocide has to happen in order for them to meet Jimmy John Jesus again. There's a lot of political evangelical boomer politicians. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's also a lot of them who are celebrities. Open about it too. Like, do you remember in the 90s where everyone was super open about Kabbalah and Zionism? Like, it was a fashionable accessory. Any 90s kids out there remember that? And they would wear the bracelets and they would preach their religion on shows. They also let Scientologists do it for a while. But, like, the amount of celebrities who are just suddenly coming out as Kabbalah. Yeah, Madonna, and she popularized the shit out of it. The influence that woman had, and how many people who had no attachment to the Jewish faith just converted because Madonna, who is also not technically Jewish, just decided to be a Kabbalah. I think that's why a lot of people tie celebrity to the whole Epstein super esoteric, gathering all the artifacts from all the different religions to kind of hedge his bet, you know? He wants to ascend to godhood and live forever, so, you know, he's gonna represent as many deities as humanly possible. Magic isn't evil, the users are evil. It's entirely possible that my family, your father, was one of those people. Are you not birthright? Are you a Madonna Jew? Just the idea, okay. But, like, just the thought of somebody being like, wow, Madonna's Jewish, so I'm Jewish, and then breeding and then forcing their kids to have like a fucking Shabbat and a brisk and fucking the thing where they come of age. It's so funny. Madonna Jewish basically means a LARPer. They don't accept converts the way that the Jewish religious law. Yeah, but they're also all attached to the same group of actual Jewish artists and spiritualists. Michelle Rami is one of the more prolific spiritualists and religious quote-unquote leader or guru, I guess, to what Hollywood sees as cabal. So people like the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Madonna, with Sabrina Carpenter. Like, this woman is at all these parties. Fucking Gwen Stefani. She's the reason why these parties have such macabre vibes to them, like eating off of bodies or roasts fashioned to look like human musculature and shit like that. And a lot of people kind of spiral out her weird high priestess does art esoteric mumbo jumbo as like proof that there is some Jewish cabal controlling everything in Hollywood. I keep thinking about cabal from Nightbreed. Am I saying it wrong? I think cabal just means like structure or like a hierarchy, right? I don't think cabal itself is a religion. It's an acknowledgement of a spiritual structure that just so happened to have been created by an Abrahamic religion, I believe. Kabbalah. Am I doing it? Kabbalah. I feel like a minion. Bro, the minions have blue eyes and they're alive in 1920 and they automatically are genetically meant to serve the most evil person they can find. Does that mean the new minions are going to serve Hitler? They all have blue eyes. Hitler would love them. The new Minion movie. Because, like, in the original Despicable Me lore, minions were, like, frozen during World War II. Like, there's this whole timeline of minion evolution that they show in one of the movies in the later series. But the one that's coming up right now, during that frozen timeline, where they were all, like, underground in ice caves or whatever, these new minions, this current movie is about, suggests there's different tribes of minions, which means the minions must serve the most evil person they can find between the movie, which is representing 1920 to 1945. I wonder who those minions are going to serve. Sorry, I'm sorry. He specifically froze them to dodge the Hitler and Stalin issue. Well, I guess Hollywood's running out of movies. It's like they've created another separate tribe of minions with blue eyes, so Hitler likes them better. Kabbalah is not the same as Cabal. I thought Kabbalah was the acknowledgement of that weird esoteric hierarchy and to serve Baal. What's Cabal? The lost tribe of the minions. The ones who made it out of Agartha. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, where did I put it? Israel's influence is real. And I believe there's a lot of people in power who serve the same end goal as Israel, the colonization. Jews are in control of everything. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe they influence everything, but I don't believe every single person who has absolute control is a Jewish person. No. No. I just don't. I'm not that based, okay? I'm so sorry. sorry for not being based. But like, no, it's just like, makes no sense. They influence things though, and they do preferably place themselves in a place that the people in power need to rely on them. And that's why them being in charge of money is huge. Does that give them control of everything? No. But it does mean that almost everything relies on access to their financial services and stuff like that. Disappointing. Shut up, Wild. You're not allowed to say that. Yeah, too much shit be happening for it to be controlled in general. Exactly. I think there's too many variables to even imply that humans are controlled. We're domesticated. You know? But you piss off a good boy Rottweiler enough, it's gonna fucking jaw lock you and right into your bones. Right? Humans are just domesticated creatures. We don't have to be controlled. You're choosing to be controlled. You're participating in a power exchange. You are consenting. They can't even control the moronic Palestinians. So true, King. Yep. It's so much easier to blame somebody else, but you gotta realize how much of a stake that you put in. Yeah, giving in to the brainwash. I don't need my brainwashed. My head dent is filled with water. Clean water. Very, very clean water from real water place. I stole your chips and then I spat in your drink. Fight me in Israel to reclaim your birthright. I never heard of consenting. Yeah, that's not in your lexicon. This isn't in my vocabulary. Hinduism is an Abrahamic religion. I don't think so. There's similarities. There's like regional closeness, but like they don't necessarily praise a god. That's the thing about Abrahamic religion, is that they all believe all deities come from one deity. There's like a singular, what is it? Monotheistic. Yeah. So 90% of what Hindus call a god is more of a personification of a concept or an elected spiritual leader who is human and ascended to not godhood, but like Buddha, right? Is that the same thing? Bodhisattva or whatever? I wouldn't think Hindu... Oh, Islam is 100% Abrahamic. 100%. Regions, man. Regions. I think this is a little too far north to have that much influence. That, and there was so much war in between the two populations that you could tell just in the general structure. They have very little influence on each other. But you go look at Chinese religion, like Taoism, that has so many similarities to the Hindu religion. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. The Norse religion has more in common than an Abrahamic religion does. Fuck. No, absolutely not. Wait, where did I put that? This is bullshit. It's a shitpost. More like Hinduism isn't even a real religion. No, spirituality and religion is like a exchangeable colloquialism at this point. Give Nono money. Ah, thank you for the 5. You don't have to pay me. I got over my slump and I'm fine with being boring and talking bullshit and being wrong now. It's just like I just had like initial anxiety to do a yappa. I don't think I'm a great yappa. Taoism is Hinduism, but with hygiene. Yeah. Yeah, right down to the types of metals they use for their sound resonation bells and stuff before they pray. Just the bowls are cleaner. They wash their hands before they pray. I don't know if you'd call it a religion with a sprinkle of piss around the house and rub poo on yourself. Shut the fuck up. I take personal offense to this. I would love for you to elaborate, but I'm not sure of your alignment other than how, like, you represent it. Like, we've never had a conversation as to what your belief system is. I'm not saying they are the same. I'm saying they have more in common than Hinduism has to any Abrahamic religion. I'm not saying Taoism and Hinduism are the same. I'm just saying they are way more similar than any Abrahamic religion because of monotheism. Yeah, definitely true. Sir, we must rub poo. Magic cow poo. It will purify us. Sir, rub the poo, sir. Thank you for being my #1 Oshi. Ah, what the fuck? No, I'm not. Why you lie? Thanks for your money, you fucking liar. Thanks for the cash, liar. And then I spit, and then I kick sand at you, and then I run. Thanks for the 5, Fallen. I'm having fun. I'm not drinking as fast as I usually do, and I'm just enjoying the chill vibes. And the Mass Effect loop. Ism? You're so nice to me. Mark of the Beast. Oh god. Do you remember the monster can thing? People be seeing the devil in everything, just like so much so that like you think people would be stop. Thank you for the 20, yes, Carl. Give no money, yes sir. No, stop it! Stop it! You do know that that Jugal is taking 30% and then my taxes is taking another 30%, right? I walk away from doing YouTube with only 40% of the money you give, and it's actually so ass. But I mean, it's better than getting a real job. Just kidding. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. I'm just also very, very transparent about the system. And I mean, of course they take a cut. Do you know how much data it takes to broadcast and host a broadcast? Like if I were to do this on my own individual website, like I won't have the feed, the representation, the ease of use. Like I get it, but why am I taxed on their cut and then also taxed on my cut and then just taxed everywhere? My problem is less with Google taking a cut for providing a platform and more with how much the government, the US and Canadian government both take. Like it's crazy. YouTube is right. You should get their cut for charity. I am a charity case. You're so real for that. Seeing religious symbology in things and everyday things is a pretty common phenomena, and I think it's more common to see reflections of bad omen than it is to be good omen, because a lot of the time when we imprint what we see, it's like staring at clouds, right? One person sees a bunny, another person sees the devil on fire. You know? It's like the perspective of the people who would seek out those sort of omens and messages is more inclined to see evil, you know? Like the odd chance you see Jesus in your grilled cheese, grilled cheeses, shout out grilled cheeses, then like those events are so like one-off happenstance. But when people see the mark of the beast, they're seeing it in branding, they're seeing it in behaviors, they're seeing it in hand symbology, they are seeing it in advertisements, they are seeing it in barcodes on the back of fucking items categorized at their jobs at the local Walmart. It is again evangelical fever dreams. A majority of this is. It's just, we shouldn't have let the evangelical boomers find out what 8chan was. Q was hilarious, but it also broke a lot of boomer brains. To be honest, I think Hinduism is a merger of Taoism and the pantheon religion. That's what I'm thinking, because they are smack dab between like, there's like proximity and influence, especially Silk Road influence. Like China and India's trading history goes way back, like ancient times. Like the influence China has on India is way more than England could ever wish. Stop! Full support, sir. Sar and PN. Nono and PN. Where's Super Pero, sir? 2026. Let's fucking go. Thanks for the $5, my dude. Thanks for the $5. I think, people who see stuff like this are seeking it out. They want an explanation, an easy explanation for all the bad things that they can't control. So when you see that your teenage son has behavioral issues and is also addicted to Monster Energy drink, you're gonna be like, monster. That's what they called them in the Bible. Those symbols, if you were to translate the Hebrew, it's 3 6s. The number of the beast. On the Monster Energy drink, the devil is controlling my child. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's an understandable pipeline to end up in, but like, it's also like evidence of psychosis. Because like, you could look in the grain of the wood on your cabinet and see faces and be like, that kind of looks like a face, and then move on with your day. Or you could look at the swirls on your cabinet's wood paneling, see faces, and then think they're talking to you, and then moving, and then the faces start to shift and multiply, and then sooner or later you're 9 hours in staring at your kitchen cabinet having full conversations, and they're telling you to kill John Lennon. You know, some people are seeking stuff like that, you know, because people will see those correlations and be like, that's pretty neat. Oh, everyone in Hollywood covers one eye. Nono covers one eye. She's in the Illuminati. See the triangle where my eye is? This is all intentional. This is disclosure. I am I'm in the Illuminati. Skull and Bones Society. Who rigs every soccer match? We do. Yeah, I am Lizard Kid. That's why I got blue tongue. Sharp teeth. Piss eyes. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Bill Cipher eyes. Buy gold. Everywhere I go, I see the face and hear the voices, and they tell me to get back to fucking work. You just need to stop staring at your cabinets. That's all. Thanks for the 2 months cucumbros and flexing that shit. I'm really trying to bump up the member content, so I'm glad you're sticking around. They're kind of piss yellow. Maybe I've just been piss holding, a piss retention champion. Hold my piss along my eyes. Turn yellow. Yeah, cucumbro. That's what I call my mid-tier. No, Chad is mid-tier. Cucumbro is like top tier. Mafia. The Kyokuza. That's what we call you guys, the Kyokuza. Because we're actually a crime syndicate of Kappas. Just like the folklore. We love crime. Crime! Whoa! Work, job, gainful employment, application, shower. No! Never! You can't make me! Thanks for the 3 months. PN tier, baby. Let's go! You miss Kakuza? I'm thinking of starting Kiwami soon, actually. So that's not too far away. And now that I live alone, I'm more inclined to stream more than 3 hours in the middle of the fucking day. And last night you guys told me that some of you prefer degenerate hours, so prepare to be fucking sick of me, dog. Prepare to be sick of me. The people who see them are looking for them. They're not intentional. I don't think it's a message. I think it's just psychosis evangelicals making connections. That's all. Bluetooth radiation. Oh yeah. Everything Everything that runs off of a wave emits a form of radiation. Now, exposure over time has a lot to do with the impacts. There are people who believe that you use Bluetooth headphones once and you have instant cancer. Wapam! Alaka cancer. That's not really how it works, though. But humans are energy. Waves are energy. Sound is energy. Bluetooth energy, baby. It's all energy exchange. Anything you touch. So yes, you are being influenced by the waves. Are you gonna get instant cancer for having a hands-free music experience or whatever? Probably not very quickly if you are. There's people who believe that there's supplements you can take to prevent this from happening, or programs you can install to prevent that from happening. There's people who make an exorbitant amount of money teaching people how to prevent this from happening, but I think it is kind of a nothing burger. Because everything gives you cancer. Fuck, there's no way, even no matter how much air purifiers you have, there's no way you are contaminant free. How impossible it is to have like a bubble scenario for the day-to-day human. No, you need extreme preparation and sanitation to have a fully like sterilized area. Everything does give you cancer. Yeah, just breathing in an environment where we rely on cars to get from point A to point B will give you cancer. Eating sliced ham out of a plastic tray will give you cancer. Eating bacon that is cured on machines containing certain metals will give you cancer. Eating meat from animals from like super constrained and like diseased conditions before they get butchered and served to you will probably also give you cancer. It's not so easy. You know how many years of smoking it takes to give you cancer? That's not something that just happens. Do you know how much HPV pussy you're gonna have to eat before you get throat cancer? It's not just something that's like a one done, oh no, I've lost my ability to speak. No. Like, this is a gradual over time thing, and like there's no way to say that it's specifically your microwave, your hands-free device, your like cancer. Some people are born predisposed and have the cells dormant, waiting to be activated. Cancer is a natural process. The catalyst to cancer is just as much as a mystery to us as the cure. As much as us as like, you know, the average person does. There are probably suppressed cancer cures, just like in the free energy field. Like the pharmaceuticals make more money treating cancer than they would curing it, right? They'd rather milk you for hospice bucks and then hand you over to the funeral industry. They don't want you to be cured. Absolutely not. But does Bluetooth specifically pose immediate health risks to your average Joe? Everything does. Everything does. The treatment that they put on your carpet so the color doesn't fade away so fast. Cancer. The polymers that they coat your wood floors in to keep your house looking like it's got a natural wooden finish. Cancer! The carcinogens pressing together the corkboards, making up your tables and furnitures and shitty Walmart shelving units. Cancer! Bye-bye, Fallen! Like, it's just not one thing. Like, it's like literally everything gives you cancer. Like, I don't know what else to say. Rhythm is a dancer. Everything gives you cancer. So everybody fucking dance. That's the new song. I should do a cover song. El Dorado. The road to El Dorado. It's okay, wait. How much of this is the plot with the hidden gold city and like the movie? If this is 100% the movie, then yeah, I'm familiar with it. I was like, what, is there more to that? Also, sexy indigenous woman. Ah! What if I dressed up as her for Halloween? I wonder if I could do that. Because I study bioelectrics, I believe that EMFs have many more problems than just cancer. Oh yeah, definitely. Genetic realignment and all that shit. Wait, you want me to do A Rhythm is a Dancer by Corona? Wait, were they called Corona? I don't remember. Cover about everything giving you cancer? YouTube is an asshole and won't let me say what I want to say, so check the Discord for the original message. God, am I gonna get in trouble? Money to keep Nono supplied with the finest res water for my head dent. Ah. Wait, well, what's the bad thing though? Res? Sad or sad. You can't say res on YouTube. Told you, man, they're trying to kill us off. This is evidence. Thank you for the 20 black flag. You're so super cool for that. You're so super cool. I want a Chell cosplay. Oh, is that what you want? I thought you wanted my beautiful cover. Jeez. I thought I knew you, dog. But no. Chell is so hot. What are we talking about? She's definitely not wearing underwear too. You can see where her panty line would be. What are we talking about? El Dorado! I forgot. Okay. The Lost City of Gold. Okay, okay. We got some climbers of people who claim to have made the descent. It is fucking subscription based. I hate it. I want to see those pictures. Okay, what's this one? Oh, this is such a horribly designed website. It hurts to look at. Why would you have gray text on a white background? Oh my god, I hate the internet so much. The gold rush myth that hid the nature's fractured soul. Okay. Historical location. Initiation rituals where a chieftain covered the gold dust and submerged in lake. Okay. So there was a ritual. They found a corpse coated in golden fiber, submerged into the lake Guadavita. Spanish conquistadors sought out El Dorado during the 16th century, often linked to the Andes, Amazon basement, Lake Guadavita, and regions of Colombia, Venezuela, and Guyana. That's all over the fucking place. What? Red text on black backgrounds is good, even if it does hurt my eyes. Yeah, but at least that's aesthetic. I have to like highlight everything. It just asked me to subscribe with an AI picture of Elon Musk holding a cat! What is this news to? Wait. Let me show you this Elon Musk thing. There you go. I put it in the Discord. It's such a stupid picture. No, I will not subscribe. Let me read your fuck-ass poorly designed website. Okay. The legend of El Dorado not being a fantasy, but in the 1530s Colombia, where Muisca people have performed a ritual at Lake Guadavita, an initiation with Zipa was covered in gold and submerged, sparking Spanish's obsession with the gold that they had. This ceremonial act is misinterpreted by conquistadors and became the foundation for their pursuit of the subcontinent. Spanish soldiers died in a futile expedition through the Amazon basin, chasing a city that never ever existed. Only rivers of blood and stolen knowledge remains. So they killed their way through several indigenous tribes to get to this holy location, thinking that the gold that they covered their priests in was there. But it's not. Let's see. They're really Gold City, or is there like a license to loot? No archaeological evidence. Now we have that shit that can like map though, right? Don't we have that? The sonic mapping that they do to like figure out what the temples look like inside without disturbing them? Don't they do that? In the Guadalajara, baby. Oh, don't you know that I love you? Okay. El Dorado. I can see how conquistadors were convinced based on the extravagance and unfamiliarity with that specific religious rite of passage. And just the general greed. LiDAR. Light radar. Yeah. Can't they do that? I wonder if they have. And if they haven't, it's only a matter of time. It is a relatively new technology. Who cares about the girls where there's brown women? So true. So true. Ain't nobody give a fuck. Roswell, New Mexico. Highest population of UFO sightings in America. Highest concentration of UFO sightings in America. Woo! Literally, decades of experiences shared, but very little evidence provided. What do you guys know about mass hysteria? Because there is a skeptic part of me who's like, there's something over there making them all crazy. But then there's also a part of me that's like, the Appalachian Mountains have been a place like that has so much lore and attachment to things we don't understand, and used to be connected to several other countries that also share similar stories and folklore because of those specific locations, right? So like, there's a part of me who's like, well, some locations are just super, you know, covered in cryptids and familiar stories between different nations and stuff like that. I didn't think there was a crazy drug or anything that was 100% riling up people into mass panic through manipulation. I don't know much about mass hysteria, but it does sound interesting. One of the first broadcast entertainment style broadcast medias was a reading of War of the Worlds, and it was acted out like a radio play, and then people claimed that it caused a mass hysteria event. Mind you, this is a radio play that played in a very small area with not a lot of reach. Anybody who was watching it, some people were like confirmed watching it and all that, did get a little disturbed, but quickly found out because it only ran for about 30 minutes before they admitted that it was a play and a work of fiction or whatever. But the conflating of that event inspired other people to say that they heard it, they panicked, they thought it was like a real alien event. My point is, even though it's a small reach and it didn't really affect a lot of people, once it was known and heard by others, or that the people who did witness it were convinced, they too followed suit because they wanted to ride the sensationalism of it all, right? And then there were people who claimed to see that in a dream or hear it in a dream and feel very affected, and they heard it live and they have some weird spiritual connection, and ever since they heard it, they were experiencing alien shit, right? Orson Welles, yeah, they put a disclaimer of that it was fiction halfway through the broadcast. They just started it like dead start, which is what kind of added believability to once people started reporting on the mass hysteria. They also did it with Satanic Panic as well, where it took like one television broadcast to change an entire fucking perspective of religious people and how their children were gallivanting in the influence of the outside world on their children. Like, Satanic Panic is also another mass hysteria event. Once upon a time in like the 40s, Roswell had an army field base that was like particularly active, right? And the first quote-unquote UFO picture is above that base. Without a disclaimer, Satanic Panic led to some good fucking music, hell yeah. But they also had people banning Dungeons and Dragons and shit in entire states because they thought it was satanic. So this weird weather balloon round flying thingy in New Mexico at an air base, this is my understanding of it, kind of freaked people out. This is right after World War II. All over the world, pretty much everyone was experimenting with new war technology, like flight things. Most of like the jets and shit progression was so fast. Like the production, the testing was so fast. These military bases were all pretty much testing something, but the airfield base in Roswell had the more experimental things, right? And also, they're not telling the citizens what it is, right? You're in the bumfuck middle of nowhere, in a desert, mind you, so there's no tree covering. You can't build a fence high enough to test a fucking flying machine. You're just gonna have a bunch of fucking, you know, backwater, small town people seeing a weird floaty thing, silver in the middle of the night. And then associate it to things like that. And then a book was written by one of those people, right? They called it the Roswell something. Roswell experience or something like that. Roswell incident. And then that book was a fictional representation of his assumptions. And then that book was like considered Bible to other people in that area who have experienced similar things without an explanation. So they saw this work of science fiction as, you know, an explanation as to what they experienced, and that's kind of where it all steamrolled out of control. And there was like so many of these like experimental flight tests that they stopped. And then anytime someone in that area would experiencing something bizarre, or an aircraft flying over space that's, you know, not considered airspace, or, you know, a weird lightning without rain, which does happen, they'll think that, oh, it must be those weird flying things we saw the other day. And then just kind of grows from there. And then someone from the area sensationalizing and fictionalizing what he saw led to that mass hysteria. And then there was a huge uptick in the 80s of people, quote unquote, UFO sightings, you know? And then that's how I believe Roswell, like, I don't know much about the official conspiracy. I do know that there was an air base, and that was the first quote unquote UFO sighting. And then I know about the book about Roswell causing hysteria. So I do think this is a thing. Do I think every single UAP sighting is an unexplainable extraterrestrial phenomena? Not always. Could be. I'm a firm believer, though, that these people are 100% convinced that's what's going on, even if a lot of their support is coming from a fictionalized source. See Scientology. That was very openly a sci-fi book. Okay? Makes me think about Area 51, where maybe once it was something, but it ain't been shit for a long time. That's why I think they're using it for storage. That's my guess. They're using it for storage of things that are in development or were previously in development. I don't think it's a testing facility. It's too dead. Rockefeller joined the Asmat. What is that? I know about Rockefeller, but what is the Asmat? The mysterious disappearance of Michael Rockefeller. Michael Rockefeller, born in 1938 into one of the world's wealthiest and most influential families, the fifth child of a businessman and eventual U.S. Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. Ooh, so this is his son. At his father's behest, he attended university, met filmmaker Robert Gardiner, and joined him on an expedition to New Guinea at the time, which was a Dutch colony. Wait, is this the millionaire's kid that went and met all those cannibals and then the cannibals ate him? Wait, is this what this is? Wait, I've never actually looked into this. I just remember hearing about it. Michael's father had named him a trustee in the Museum of Primitive Arts. He saw his first trip to New Guinea as an opportunity to study the artwork of the Asmat people. He had heard that they were great artists. With another team member, he was launched his sub-expedition to meet the Asmat, and he hoped to feature their art in the museum back in New York. The sub-expedition was a success. Michael was fascinated and determined to acquire some cultural artifacts. In his letters, he referred to the Asmat as a puzzle in order to be solved. There's a photo of an Asmat man. Once returning to New Guinea, he made his own personal expedition. A Dutch anthropologist commissioned by the Dutch colonial government accompanied him, along with two Asmat teenagers. They visited the Asmat village and traded with the residents, acquiring an array of spears, horns, shields, and drums with intricate designs. However, the fruitful trip soon ended sour. On November 17th, Michael, Renee, and the Asmat teenagers were crossing a 20-kilometer wide mouth of the Bijt River in their pontoon boat, capsized due to bad weather and cross currents. The Asmat boys managed to swim to shore and set off to find help. Michael and Renee spent the entire night clinging to an overturned boat, fearing that they would drift off further into sea. Michael had eventually decided to swim to the distant shore. He stripped down to his underwear, tied two empty 18-liter cans to his waist as floaties, and then just swam for it. And then he was never seen again. So this is a conspiracy that him separating from this woman, because she was eventually rescued, is that he went back to the island unguided, without the cameras, without the tour guides that spoke English, the teenagers, to like help them acclimate with the culture. And then they just straight up ate him. The frantic search for the lost Rockefeller has begun. Michael's father, stepmother, and twin sister traveled to the island as well. The Dutch government searched for him with planes, helicopters, and boats, but after 2 weeks, the search ended. In 1964, Michael was declared dead. The official cause of death was drowning. So they did find a body. Though officially drowned, there are many popular theories. Michael was a strong swimmer and had two guides that made it to shore. Wouldn't have Michael been attacked by sharks or crocodiles? Maybe had been eating out, maybe he'd been eaten by cannibals. Perhaps he was running off to live with the natives? The official scenario of drowning sounds the most plausible. They did find a body. They found boy. That's a thing. There's like when back in like the 60s, we couldn't identify corpses, right? They saw like the hair texture, the skin complexion, maybe scraps of clothing, and could have assumed that could have been anybody. We weren't able to identify with bone, blood, or I think fingerprints was the best we had back then. And under when you drowned, you're all fucking plumped up. You're not gonna have the same fingerprints as a bloated, drowned corpse as you did when you were alive. So identification of a corpse in the 1960s is a improbable at best thing to guarantee, which is why a lot of people in this pre-80s got away with a shit ton of murders. And now with new technology, old murders are being solved every fucking day because of those genetic tells. How many rich cracker bodies are there gonna be, though? Very true. Like, how many white people are on this remote cannibal island? They were never tested for authenticity. Okay, here we go. Not long after his disappearance, Rockefeller's mother and the Dutch government sent investigators to New Guinea. They found skulls that bore marks of headhunting, grisly practice of the Asmat. These skulls had supposedly been in the possession of tribesmen. However, they were never tested for authenticity. See, those evidences exist today. The Rockefeller family line is alive and doing well. Why aren't they testing it now? If they have this evidence, if they have a body, exhume that shit and make sure it's the right one. You're a fucking billionaire bloodline. Like, why would you be like, good enough. I'm gonna take this skull for later. What the fuck, dude? Another theory involves a cover-up. Some media outlets published rumors that Michael had been killed and eaten by cannibals. New Guinea's colonial government was in trouble. The Dutch had handed half of the island over to Indonesia, and they struggled to maintain the power of the region. If cannibals had indeed murdered Rockefeller, it would undermine the government's legitimacy and authority in the region. That's true. That'd be so messy. And like, the Rockefellers had stake in the region, right? They own museums. In 1969, a journalist named Milt Macklin traveled to the city of Oostende and come across possible motives for murder. He heard about a 1958 massacre of the Asmat leader by Dutch officers. The Asmat believed that in order to restore balance, and revenge killings is a part of preventing wronged spirits from tormenting the village in the afterlife. This led to Macklin to surmise that after the Rockefeller made it to shore, the Asmat murdered him because he was unattended. Decades later, American anthropologist Tobias Schneebaum claimed he spoke to some villagers in Oostende. They claimed to have cannibalized Rockefeller. They straight up just admitted to his face because he's not Dutch. They don't got beef with this guy. He's not Dutch. They just straight up tell him to his face. Well, yeah, we ate him. We ate him. Guys, I'm a tribal. Can I eat you? A Catholic priest named Cornelius van Kessel, who knew the Asmat well and assisted in the search, saw tibia and thigh bones decorating the tribemen's spears that supposedly also belonged to Rockefeller. And then the case reopened in 2014. American journalist Carl Hoffman embarked on a journey of Oostende to find real answers. He too was told of the 1958 massacre. Hoffman spoke to the locals, showing photographs of Michael. He heard stories suggesting that Michael has reached the shore, only to be brutally killed by several tribesmen in retribution for the 1958 massacre. Hoffman became close with a villager named Amates, and who had recounted the story of the white tourist who was killed around that time. Despite the subject being slightly taboo in the village, the villagers looked at photos of Hoffman, providing and pointing out some men who carried human bones on their spears. These were the same men Father Cornelius van Kessel had met previously. However, it is important to note that no one from the village officially has confessed to murder. Furthermore, not long after Rockefeller's demise, a deadly cholera outbreak killed 70 people in their village. Hoffman suggests that some villagers believe that it was a punishment for murdering this man. The compelling evidence does not stop there. Hoffman recalls seeing a man reenact the murder of a white man while cryptically telling the journalist to never speak of this event again. Hoffman returned to U.S., published a book called The Savage Harvest: Colonialism and the Rockefellers' Tragic Quest for Primitive Art. Hoffman's insights is considered the most in-depth analysis of this experience, or this disappearance. Yet, they still have not confirmed a conclusion. Shit! That's some pulpy stuff. I don't think he joined them! This is implying that he ran away to live with them. No, that's a cope. Fucking Drowned is a convenient cover-up, right? Because it makes a body near unidentifiable, especially in the 60s. Especially with the political turmoil and all of that, and the beef from 1958. Fuck, man. There ain't no fucking way they would let that white man live in their tribe. Hell no. Hell no. Hell to the fuck no, dude. Shakespeare has never existed. Oh, yeah, the theory where Shakespeare is just the Edison of poetry and theater. Is that this one? I think. Let's see, what can I find on this? The historical person. There's ample documentary and scholarly evidence that there was a man named William Shakespeare who lived on Stratford upon Avon, working at the London Theatre. He was only an actor, and he died in 1616. Defenders of Stratford's authorship point to the contemporary references of the first folio, which attributed to the work to that name. Major references in works and literature overview resource summarizing that the academic consensus, described as unanimous or nearly so amongst experts, accepts that the Stratford man as a historical author of this canon, even while acknowledging the gaps and the mysteries in the record. Shakespeare was also theorized into being a group. Okay, let's see. I can see that. I can see that. The doubt comes from missing documents, biography gaps, and perceived improbabilities. Alternative authorship is also a popular hypothesis. Mainstream scholars responds with various evidence to rebut anti-Stratford claims by stressing contemporaneous attributions to Shakespeare, linguistic and documentary analysis, and broader inventory approach to treat authoritarian attribution of cumulative rather than hinged on a single smoking gun. Cumulative. So yeah, so a pen name for a group, a theater group. And he was a popular actor for that specific theater. There was a William Shakespeare. The theater of origin exists. I think Shakespeare did exist, but not in the way we thought of him. He died pretty young. He died pretty fucking young. Naming the creations of that theater troupe after one of their more talented people died, like that makes sense. Like in their honor, I guess. I'd say, I don't think he existed, but like I don't think it matters that he didn't, because the work existed, you know? And we're not praising the individual man, we're praising the contents of whatever that theater created. I could believe that he's not real, but like, also it very much exists. It's fucking everywhere. It influences a whole shit ton of things. You know what I mean? Jack the Ripper was a woman. Oh. What? Really? I've never heard that one. The fuck? Jack the Ripper was a woman. Let's say, one of history's oldest unsolved mysteries is the identity of Jack the Ripper. True. Far-fetched? Maybe not. So apparently Jack the Ripper used to send a lot of letters to people, victims, or police. And now we have the technology to carbon date and DNA. You know, we can gather DNA to make impositions as to the person, their health and stuff. Like, so if you lick an envelope, that's probably enough DNA to do stuff like that. So what happened was there were some studies run on the envelopes of letters sent by Jack the Ripper to create a DNA profile that came out as a woman. Female DNA. There's a lot of reasons why. You know, that could possibly be. You know, maybe like there's no way he could have predicted that we would be able to do that in the future. This is like 1800s, like 1888 or something. Like Jack the Ripper's OG shit, dog. OG. Best evidence I've seen is Jack the Ripper was a Jewish Polish butcher. He was also married, wasn't he? Maybe his wife licked the envelopes. They were in together, like some sort of Sweeney Todd shit, you know? They had to kill the horse to make the worst pies in London. That kind of shit. Jack the Ripper was a woman. I don't think I give a shit. I don't fucking care. Cool, DNA evidence, whatever. Who cares? What is knowing for sure gonna do? Unkill those women? I don't give a shit. Random British butcher. Disney hibernation. Ah! Guys. Okay. Wait. I forget, how would I write this? Because there's this thing I came around and there's a lot of people who believe that Walt Disney is still alive. His head is frozen. This is common knowledge. Cryogenic laboratories have existed since the 70s. We have known how to suspend a life form indefinitely. We know that as a population. Do we know how to take them out of suspension? No. Absolutely not. The head in the jar thing. Yeah, Futurama pokes fun at that, but that's like dead ass something that humans do. And people who can afford to take advantage of it, like people with diseases, like somebody rich who gets a disease that's incurable. You just freeze your head until it's curable and put your head on some other, I don't know, some crackhead who sold their beautifully young body for cloning, so you have a vessel to be transferred to once you get unfrozen or something like that. I forget if it was Futurama, the thing with the frozen heads, but he's definitely frozen. There's another theory, and it's not like a big theory, but it is something that I think about a lot because there's a lot of spiritual attributes to copper. And it's like a purification, energy suspension. You could use it for a lot of things, for preservation. Copper has got a lot of weird shit going on with it. I don't know if you've ever looked into it. And it like ties back to, again, my upbringing in Native culture and how important copper was for a lot of our ceremonial things. And then as well as little things like copper ionizing bracelets to help blood flow or other things like that, you know. Copper has a lot of alchemical properties, and some schizos out there believe that it can suspend and purify energy. Now hear me out. There are a lot of hyper realistic sculptures in copper that we could have, like, we did not have the tools to do that easily. Either it was like extremely high quality art, like, or, and here's where we get a little schizo. They are the actual person the sculpture represents encased in copper in order to suspend and purify them until they are ready to be released. one of these really hyper realistic copper laying down statues. All these copper statues are also laying down, which I find extremely bizarre. It's like they're hyper photorealistic faces. Walt Disney has one of those. And he's laying there with his arms at his side, his face to the sky, relaxed and sleeping, with his feet pointed up in what looks like a suit. So my schizo brain, because these really extremely photorealistic sculptures have existed for years. There's some of them that are like angels completely encased, right? So one of those esoteric and alchemical beliefs around copper has been harnessed in a way to suspend figures that we see are important. These statues aren't just of random nobodies. They're usually not replicated either. They usually stay in one spot. And like, well, Disney was pretty close to Tesla, no? And like Salvador Dali, all of those people like hung out. Aleister Crowley used to hang out with them. Like fucking Epstein's father and Elon Musk's grandfather was in a social circle with Aleister motherfucking Crowley. And you think these people don't have at least a little bit of esoteric influence in their lives? They're raised by people who were trying to harness the spirituality outside of European places to benefit themselves and keep themselves in power. Disney turned himself into copper, and now he's a statue at the entrance of Disney World. See? And like, have you looked at that face? It's insane. And then the lying down sculpture of Disney, though, is like a 1-to-1 scale. That big standing greeting Disney, that one's like it's like a grown, like it's to make him look grand. It's to like represent him in some sort of iconography or whatever. But whew, that laying down one literally looks like it's laying on top of a fucking coffin, and it's so photorealistic and 1-to-1 to his size. That's the one they made when he quote-unquote died. And I think about that a lot. When I look at copper statues and art installations, like, why? Who's in there? Sorry, that's some real schizo shit. This is a personal thought process. This is not an established conspiracy theory. I just thought I'd share. But I do believe he is suspended. I know humans have technology to suspend life, even though we don't have the technology to take it out. He has a lot of association to scientific, biological people, as well as people who are in a lot of artistic and esoteric fields. So he knows suspension, shut the fuck up. He knows suspension and like, the soul will live on with your body, or else why suspend yourself, you know, just move your soul to a new body, just move on, carry on with the cycle. No, he needs this body. There's something that is tying him to this body, or else he wouldn't like he just wouldn't. So I'm convinced. I don't hard believe it. There's no evidentiary like facts other than, I mean, it's scientifically possible. We'll put that as a fact. And it's just like, I don't think it's a truth nuke though, because how do we know until he's out of suspension and breathing and still cognitively himself? You know? I think that's what's preventing it from the troops. You know? Yep. The Mayan calendar. The Gregorian calendar makes no fucking sense! The Gregorian calendar makes no fucking sense! Every calendar that existed before colonial influence has been 28-day cycles relevant to the moon, 13 months, with a spiritual day to represent the thinning of the veil, and that's what we know as a leap year. The Gregorian calendar is absolute bullshit. We'll put it in the pile with time zones. You know, that shit is just stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Oh, is this the doomsday thing? I thought you meant just the calendar in general being correct. Mayan calendar doomsday conspiracy. Okay, well that changes everything. Well, fuck my app, dude. Ignore that. I still really believe the Gregorian calendar is the stupidest fucking shit that we all abide by and just let happen. It goes up there, the things that piss me off, which is the perception of time, the idea of money, the Gregorian calendar, and time zones. They're all up there. Things that piss me the fuck off. I'm so sorry, I just got really into that. Mayan calendar doomsday. I cannot present to you how much loathing I have for the everyone just being fine with a calendar that mathematically makes no fucking sense. The 2012 phenomenon. So, what this is the Mayan calendar had a date of the 21st of December, so 12-12-12 portal, 25th of December 2012 is the date to end the world's of a 126-year long cycle of Mesoamerica long calendar festivities took place on the 21st of December. Okay, 21st of December 2012. Let's see. Various astrological and alignments and numerical formulas proposed this date. So there's also mathematical and astrological support to what they were anticipating. There is a strong tradition of world ages in Maya literature that record, but its records have been distorted, leaving several possibilities for interpretation. Oh. So you're saying a verbal religion got written down by a white man and now they don't know what's going on? Ugh. Resulted in a really crappy movie, stupid Mayan calendar. How fucking dare they? See, they think they can control time, and when the world ends, I can't get my time back for watching that shit-ass movie. Crackers be ruining shit and shit. So, yeah. Let me tell my stories to my cousins. Nah. Okay, wait. I clicked the button and it put me all the way to the bottom. Please! Where is it? Oh shit! This is also affiliated with Nibiru, apparently. Okay, wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, doomsday theories. The idea that the year 2012 was presaged a world cataclysm event, the end of the world or the end of human civilization, became a subject of popular media speculation as of the date 21st of December 2012 approached. This idea was promulgated by many pages on the internet, particularly on YouTube. The Discovery Channel was criticized for their quasi-documentaries about the subject that sacrifice accuracy for entertainment. I think I remember this. They talked about it a shit ton on Ancient Aliens. Some people interpreted the galactic alignment apocalyptically, claiming that this occurrence would combine a gravitational effect between the sun and a massive black hole at the center of the galaxy known as Sagittarius A, wreaking havoc onto the Earth. This galactic alignment already had happened, though, in 1998. The sun's apparent path in the zodiac sees Earth did not take near the true galactic center, but rather several degrees above it. Okay. So one of their conspiracy theories was a alignment event that apparently already happened, and I guess nothing happened. Geomagnetic reversal. I remember this was a huge fear, the geomagnet reversal. or a pole shift caused by a massive solar flare that would release the energy equal to 100 billion atomic bombs. The brief supposedly supported by Earth's observations of the Earth's magnetic field weakening, which could precede a reversal of the north and south magnetic polarities and arrival of the next solar maximum, which is expected around 2012. Turns out that happened, and we were so far that we didn't notice. Planet X, or Nibiru. Some believers in 2012 doomsday theory claim that the planet called Planet X, or Nibiru, will collide with or pass by the Earth. This idea has appeared in various forms since 1995 in the previous star alignment that matches this event. Initially predicted the doomsday was supposed to be in May 2003, but proponents abandoned this date after it passed without an incident. The idea originated from the claims of channeling alien beings, and it was widely ridiculed. Astronomers calculate such an object so close to the Earth would be visible to anybody looking up at the night sky. Alright, this seems to be just like a nothing burger. Nothing ever happens burger. People believed it. People believed it, and it was real events of spiritual body or heavenly bodies aligning. Like it all actually happened. It just was nowhere near as catastrophic as the schizos claimed it would be. Nibiru, the primal being, my beloved. I scream Nibiru when I goon. The call of my ancestors. 9/11 was an inside job. 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 It just made it so much easier to do everything else they wanted to do in the Middle East, dude. It was a catalyst, right? You gotta drag the match across something before it bursts into flames, you know? This was the drag, this was the catalyst, this is the pressure that got them access to the things they were truly after. Jet fuel won't melt steel beams. They probably made sure all important people didn't go to work that day. Yep. And that's why there was barely an impact on the actual stock exchange. Remember, people, money is imaginary. True. Next theory. Moving on. Insects will replace meat. It's unsustainable. The way we farm, the way we eat. Too many people are having babies and spreading their seed. You're gonna eat cockroaches. You're gonna drink cockroach milk. Your kids are gonna never experience a real protein because everything's made in a lab. 3D printed steaks on your lunch tray with your roach milk and a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of apartheid slave trade chocolate on the side as a little treat. Yummy. Thank you. I also think that we are well on the way of synthesizing nutrition, so much so that we can get to that point where we just eat little tablets for nutrition, like in Gattaca, where we just eat some tablets. It won't be cool like Hitchhiker's Guide, where you put the tablets in the machine and it becomes something, or like Fifth Element, and you'd be like, chicken. Do you remember that, Lulu? Chicken. She just keeps making chickens. We ain't getting that. Actually, no, we might be. We're 3D printing meat. You might be able to just put your coin in a slot and then lift up a shutter and then wham, a turkey dinner. 3D printed turkey dinner. I'd rather eat Soylent Green. Newsflash, you have been for the last 40 years. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't have a choice? That shit's been FDA approved for decades. If you trust the 3D printed meat, go right ahead. No, I like my food to like taste like a soul being tormented and squeezed out of the meat. Yeah. I don't think I could be one of those people Luckily, I'm already done most of my life, so I'm gonna be dead by then. I don't have to worry about that. I'm hedging my bets to being able to just implant my consciousness onto the computer, and then I can just become Nono and not have to feel all of my illness, chronic illness bullshit all the time, and then I can just exist as an internet entity. The suffering does make it taste better. That's why before the millionaires eat the children, they make them run in the forest and chase them with guns first, because the meat gets sweeter. The enzymes distribute at a faster rate, and the adrenaline pumps blood to make the meat so juicy and tender. I'm Hannibal Lecter. I can't do it well though. I'm like spinning everywhere. You're asking a lot to a hot pocket. The way mind uploading is going, it's less likely. It's going to happen is instead through an AI mimicry. No. Nuh-uh. Not enough. I want full consciousness transfer, you know? I want to be entombed in like a little cozy bed pod hooked up to a Pleasantville style screen in the middle with all my peers living out idyllic lives forever trapped in a simulation. Just kidding. That's what real life is. I wonder what Source Nono is doing right now in her bed pod as I navigate this simulation. You ever think about what your dormant bed pod version of yourself is up to while you experience this simulation of reality? Best I can give you is a soul duplication once I invent it in 30 years. Oh, thanks, King. I'll never forget you. Never forget you. Start a GoFundMe. Let's expedite that. I'm sure we can get it in 20. Gooning, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, we're moving on. Shit, I can't do nothing in this bitch. Elon Musk election fraud. He, like, deadass, you can't, even if it's a lottery, okay, you can't bribe people. It's unconstitutional to bribe people to vote a certain way. It is not only unconstitutional, it is like you need to be licensed to run any sort of gambling or lottery. He was gonna put a bunch of Trump voters in a hat and then draw a number and give somebody $1 million fucking dollars. Yeah, that's fraud. And you're missing all sorts of bureaucratic bullshit that you probably should already know about as a fucking trillionaire. Also, this guy's like liquid asset broke as fuck. He's an investment trillionaire. He's not a trillionaire. Which election fraud? 2020 or 2024? The one where he had control in 2024. Where he was like a political pundit pariah mascot, dark MAGA. We're gonna do MAGA but goth. Check out my chainsaw. Oh, what an awesome timeline to be in, you guys. Thanks, CERN. Thanks for dropping me off to experience the fuckery wacko circus that is American politics in the last 10 years. Hilarious shit. That shit was way more fucked up. I mean, they did that in Ohio for vaccines. Fuck. I think a lot of the stuff incentivizing people is like carrot and stick. People don't vote based on their lifestyles or based on what they need in the moment. People vote based on the promises of people and are bewildered even if they do seem unattainable, you know? I miss when Trump and Elon were playing Player 1 and Player 2 president. And then Elon's son would go up to Trump and tell him he smelled like shit and that his daddy was in charge. That shit was so funny. Do you remember that? My daddy's your boss. Like, what the fuck is this kid doing? And now, thanks to Doge, Palantir has flocking cameras in almost every suburban area. Woohoo! Thanks, Musk. Very cool. I vote based on what feels like they're gonna screw me over last. You guys have a two-party system. You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, to be honest. Hey, man, 250 years. That aligns with the Rome's expiry date, so we'll see. We'll see how long before something uprises and they start bringing back the guillotine, you know? "2020 election fraud." This is the recounts, right? Stop the count, recounts. This one is Clinton, Trump. This is blatant fraud. This is insecurity on the abilities to count and the introduction of polling stations that were mechanic. That and like this weird back and forth between Clinton and Trump, and like accusations such as, oh, this person's been dead, how are they voting for you? Or this is the name of a dog. Dogs can't vote. And like all this bullshit. It was pretty much just the most politically charged. Like it was like a huge election. And like honestly, it was kind of fated that Trump wins. Like every 40 years you guys elect like a TV celebrity personality, movie actor. Like it's a part of your cycle. Of course Trump was gonna win. 4chan influence thanks to Epstein or not. You know what I'm saying? 2020 Biden was Biden, but yeah, they stole that election. Was 2020 Biden? What am I thinking of then? I'm confusing it with 2026. I'm not American. I only experience your guys' culture through the news. And I'm not a LARPer either, so like, I don't have any desire to be American or seem American. So, not sorry. But yeah, like honestly, that does deadass feel like it was yesterday. Can I be so real? I thought Clinton Harris was 6 years ago. Or not Clinton Harris, fucking Clinton and Trump was literally like, I can't believe that was a decade. Holy shit. COVID is like a time suck. It's like that happened and that chapter of my life is just gone. Like I cannot account for the time that COVID was out. Like it just feels like that time doesn't exist. It's like in a pocket dimension. It's a distant memory. I'm a full-blooded American. Rah! Good for you, honey. Good for you. You do you, sweetie. I'll support you. I don't know. I'm just not gonna be out here being like, oh, America, patriotism, Trumpy, whatever the fuck. It's none of my business. I barely care about Canadian politics. Yeah, exactly. For real. Like, who even gives a shit? I'm a fucking anonymous, random, stupid bitch on the internet. But also, I don't think this was a lot of insecurity at a time where we were going through some fucked up shit globally, right? So there's insecurity about everything, not just the election. 2020 was a fucking mess. Humanity's final century. This conspiracy theory that we are currently experiencing the final century of humans as we know it, which I do agree. I do agree. We're so engraved in technology that might be our next chain link in the evolution, right? The rate of which we humans are adapting to almost completely rely on technology to regulate our lives, that doesn't need to be a physical genetic shift or a noticeable change in our physiology. Our humanity has shifted to rely on technology that I think humanity as we used to know it has already ended. We are now experiencing the final century of humanity. And why is there 8 freaking billion of us? The worst people don't believe in contraceptives, that's why. You can tell if a person is shitty and doesn't care about humanity if they don't believe in contraceptives. And I can say that as a I used to be sexually active. If I wasn't so contraceptive pilled, imagine how much stupid, dumbass, retard babies I would have brought into the world. When Indians rule the world, we're officially the planet of the Jeets. So true. It's getting there though. They are outbreeding and it's starting to scare the people in power because the people in power aren't coming from those sort of bloodlines that are breeding en masse. Do you think we're experiencing the final century? Are we a quarter way into humanity's final century? Let me know what you think. Alright, here's some offshoots of why people believe this. The idea that lizard people posing as humans run the world allegedly originated in author and former BBC sports reporter David Icke in the late 1990s. Apparently, having red hair and unexplained scars and freckles is implicating you as a lizard person. Clearly, none of this is true. So gingereds are lizard people? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with this? Okay, this is a list of major conspiracies over the last century. No, I want to know about the final century. I think ending humanity is such an easy thing to think as a extinction event, you know? Humanity isn't the human. Humanity is how a human expresses themselves in interacting with the world around them, right? Our humanity, our morality is not tied to us as an individual physical body. It is a idea, it is a structure, it is a fucking clan protection method that led to us surviving for so many years. Like, humanity does not mean humans are going to be gone. At least not the way I see it, based on the definitions that I have. Humanity as we know it, yeah, it's fucking slipping through our fingers all the time. If that's the definition, then yeah, we could end this century. Totalitarianism is taking our individuality. And then the AI is going to take our jobs, and then we're going to be tied to walkable cities and given identification numbers with cameras on every corner. Forced to interact with each other through screens rather than in person, with social credit attached to us. How humane is having social credit, do you think? Tying your behavior to your identity is something that they've been pushing for hard for the last 10 years. And I think this sort of totalitarian, what would be the word for it? Surveillance is more like an observation preparing us for what's going to actually count once they have all that data, right? What if your behavior dictates whether or not they even allow you to have your UBI stipend and you have to live in the undercity, in the trash piles and in the corpse piles, while people with proper relations to their identity profiles get to live in the cloud cities and in the cyber mansions. Social credit is a type of money that's even more imaginary than current money. It's so true. It's so true. And I dead believe that humanity is consistently ending and recreating itself the more we rely on things outside of the human body, outside of our consciousness, outside of our family units. That's what's influencing our humanity enough to make it unrecognizable from where we started, you know? Absolute surveillance states shit the far, far closer than human extinction. Absolutely. Flocking cameras are crazy. Do you know that if you have a device in your hand, it automatically zooms in to identify what's on your screen? If you walk by a flocking camera with a Bluetooth headphones in, they can pick up the signal to what you're listening to. Flocking cameras are everywhere in America now too. They're popping up mostly around data centers, but they are being tested to be put out and to have them be regular security at things like stadiums or museums and things like that. You're watching Nono with us. Well, if you're sitting on a park bench over by a data center, probably. That's why deflockers, the people who are systemically destroying the flocking cameras as they went up, are now classified as a terrorist organization. They're not hurting people, they're hurting tech. Then why is an identification for terrorizing a civilian being given to people? Keeping the surveillance away, right? Who are they terrorizing? You know what I'm saying? Look it up though. Deflockers. Join them. Smash some cameras. Smash some cameras! Terrorism is whatever hurts their bottom line. So true. It's like the entire police system was only created to protect banks. Banks and kings. It's the only time we've ever had some sort of jurisdiction given to a separate party to enact justice to civilians. It 100% would never existed if some rich motherfucker didn't want to protect their assets from the average Joe. Now they can do that so much more conveniently. In Canada, they don't even need you to know. The police can just access your data. Corporations can pay Canada for data packets on individuals. That bill was just passed. C9. All it takes is one form to your internet provider or your cell phone provider. You can have anything without a warrant. They don't even need a warrant. Thank you so much, Mark. Very cool. Humanity is already gone. Sold to the highest bidder. Who's to say this tier list wasn't made in 2000? This could be preemptive. I believe it. I believe it 110%. Humanity is currently in the process of ending, but I don't think it is a extinction event. It's cerebral. It's more cerebral than that. It's about control. It's about surveillance. It's about reliance on technology that we have set ourselves up systems. Like, there is no turning back. So many things rely on these systems to the point where, like Y2K, they had a big deal about if the computers reset, the whole world is fucked because of 0000000. Do you remember that? Technology was nowhere near in everybody's hands, let alone in everybody's houses when that was going down. Imagine if a Y2K happened to where we are currently. The mass panic. How many... complete global collapse. Anyway, we'll do a couple more. Again, I picked a 250 list, which is my bad. Probably not the best idea. But I'm having fun doing this. I'm learning about stuff that I didn't know, and I'm getting details about things that I've just passively have accepted as a conspiracy theory. So I hope you guys are enjoying it too. I know this one's a lot less low-key, and I'm more chill drinking today. Thanks for hanging out with me. Let's do a couple of requested ones. Okay, we'll do 3 requests. Let me see if something sticks out into your head. It is a gigantic list, yes, but I'm having a lot of fun. We're learning together, and I think we're having some good conversations, and I'm definitely getting more comfortable with the idea of yapping for 5 hours. I'm glad you agree. So yeah, anything stick out? We'll pick 3 from the chatter. Okay? Come on, chatter. What you want? What we 3 more. What's tickling your fancy? What's tickling your pickle? Me. I tickles your pickles. Tickles your pickles for the pickles nickels. We did Pizzagate? I had to rebuild the list. I might have missed one. One or two. Because it doesn't save the list. I have to rebuild it. And there will be a part 3 and I will have to rebuild it again. But yeah, I believe we did. Where the fuck is it? Pizza. What'd you say? Bottom right. Ah! Am I fucking stupid? Easy, there you go. Yeah. Just because it wasn't 100% accurate information does not mean the people aren't as nefarious as implied. And even though a lot of QAnon is admittedly a shit post by the son of the person who currently owns 8chan, there's a lot of nuggets of truth, and it does take from a lot of conspiracy theories that were floating around for a long time. So I don't think the fact that QAnon was intended on being a joke should just completely illegitimize the fact that it did a lot of representing of things that were going on without it being publicly known, that more and more information is coming out and the public is familiarizing with themselves. And sure, the names weren't exactly the same and the people benefiting and hiding from it weren't all the same, but I mean, the actions did happen. It's there near the bottom left. Surprised Elsagate isn't on the list. Okay, let's see. Let's go through. Agartha. Okay. Agartha. I remember a place called Hyperborea, though it might be more of a concept. Hyperborea is a concept, but it is attached to Agartha, so I guess we might cover that in the process. Elsagate. Near the bottom on the left-hand side. Elsagate. Okay, one more. I'm gonna drink some more, right? While you guys decide. One more. Shout it out. First come, first serve. Let me scroll. Ah. Michelle Obama is a man? I might have to make it. Pretty sure I can add stuff to it though. Is that one you saw? I think I'd have to make one. How do I do that? I don't think I can edit this. Well, additional images. Okay. Let's get a picture of Michelle Obama as a man, shall we? Very important research, okay? Doing it for science. Remote viewing like scrying or crystal balls. Wait, it's in there? Top row. Michael Obama. Oh, it's called Michael Obama. That's actually so funny. Wait. Am I fucking stupid? Like, what do you... I don't see it. It's on the top row. It's called transvestigating. Ah! Mandra Bullock. Okay. I said I'd do 3 and I think... Oh wait, who was first? Michelle Obama. Yeah, I'm sorry. Transvestigations went out, but I will get to remote viewing eventually. Sorry. We got 3. I think 3 is gonna end me out for the day, okay? It's labeled Trans-Investigating. Yes, thank you so much. Very helpful. Very cool. Agartha! She let me in and made me a Vegemite sandwich. She said, I'm coming from a loud down under. Better run, better take cover. I come from a loud down under. Wigartha. Ah! Those who know, Yakub is an excellent scientist. There is evidence of a civilization deep underneath the Earth's surface, or even an atmosphere, capable of harboring life. While a lot of the information we received from NASA and other environmental agencies may be accurate, there's still much undiscovered about our planet. Until more recently, many people have been convinced that our planet is a hollow shell of a civilization of earthly ancients residing underground. French novelist Jules Verne, known for his series Voyage Extraordinaire, wrote Journeys to the Center of the Earth, around the time that the belief of subterranean society has peaked. Oh, I've seen that movie. I've seen the movie based on this book. I didn't connect that they were Agartha adjacent. Before Verne, the hollow earth concept was originally proposed in 17th century by Edmund Halley, discoverer of the eponymous short-orbit comet that swings past Earth every 75 years or so. Halley believed the Earth consisted of several concentric shells separated by individual atmospheres. The firmament! The outermost layer having a thickness about 500 miles. Halley believed natural phenomena like aurora borealis and magnetic field interferences were products through the multiple layers. Oh, like prisms, almost. Oh yeah, Agartha is hollow Earth, yeah. Donut Earth, there's other names for it. This is what people think is hidden up in Antarctica. More than a century later, Halley's theory was expounded by John Cleve Sims, who published a paper detailing his intent to travel to the Earth's interior. Sims devoted the rest of his life to garnering support for hollow Earth expeditions, but fell sick during a trip to Quebec to give a lecture on his theory. Though he died before his journey ever came to fruition, his ambition inspired Antarctic exploration and a first trip to Antarctica in 1838. People be going up there. Now, Admiral Byrd, you remember? They were sent to Antarctica to do some tests and to do some scientific setup for people to explore. They did 1 year of their mission. They turned the fuck around. There was a diary claimed to make statements of something hidden beneath the ice. We will remember Admiral Byrd, right? We're gonna move past this. He's considered one of the tethers that people use to justify this belief. Byrd fell out of the third-story window. Yeah, same with that other guy. He died of an illness before he could explore. It's the Jews. Were the Nazis at the center of the Earth? The other speculation regarding Byrd's supposed search for Agartha notes Nazi presence in the Arctic territories, both north and the south. It is well documented that the Nazis explored Arctic regions to set up base and to test novel weaponry. But it is also well documented that Hitler and the Nazis were obsessed with esotericism and the occult. The rabbit hole goes far deeper here, with some going as far to posit that Hitler could have escaped to the underground world, though that might be counterintuitive if an ancient enlightened society really resided down there. There's also theories that this is why Hitler was obsessed with blue eyes, blonde hair. It's because of the tall Nordic aliens, aka the Agarthans in some theories. Nazi maps believed to be instructions for researching Agartha were supposedly corroborated by a letter from a German U-boat navigator named Karl Unker, who claims U-209 made it to Agartha and that the Earth is in fact hollow. The letter also mentions the notorious German gens, Karl Haushofer and Rudolf Hess, who he says were correct about the hollow earth theory. And then they show the document here. You guys want to see it? It's pretty cool. I keep forgetting I could just show you guys things. Sometimes I forget sometimes. You want to see it? Okay, this is apparently a Nazi map of plans to enter Agartha through Antarctica. Bip, bip. Bip, bip. Right there. Pretty sweet. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where the fuck did it go? Where the fuck did it go? Ugh! Fuck you, OBS. What? This is it. Yeah, they're trying to suppress me. Let's see. Descent at the paint with the coordinates exact intersection 64 degrees southern latitude and 1 eastern longitude to the depth of 400 meters. Descent from the point of descent at half the speed and starboard destination of 10 degrees with the bow heaviness declination angle of 5 degrees. Distance 188 meters, given depth 500 meters because of the moving inside the corridor and the pressure of the ship's body when maneuvering is insignificant. Ascent, pull lead with stern trim, ascent at 23-degree angle, declination meters toward upwards. So these are like translated. This is the list that they're translating from on this side. So this is translation of the actual instructions attached to this. This is a depthometer, I guess, from a hole, like some sort of representation of the depths that they already started. It looks like they go in from both sides and then directly down. So this is probably where they would drop from, I'm assuming. How cool? How cool? Yeah, it is giving Hussein resting place. Where would you lie if you were Saddam Hussein? There's ample evidence that Nazis spent a lot of resources researching Agartha as a last resort for Hitler to escape in case of dire emergency, somewhat warranting these conspiracies. In fact, the most common diagram of Agartha has been drawn by German scientists in 1935. Evidence also exists to indicate that Nazis may have believed that we already lived inside of the Earth. Some experiments of the Third Reich show a belief that the Earth has been concaved and we currently reside in the interior of the sphere. Or he could have escaped to Argentina. A lot of people ran to Argentina. Argentina is one of the best and safest offshore banking places, and they had a lot of gold. Almost every ancient culture has a story or allusion to an inner realm of the earth. That is true. That is true. Whether it be hell or other things, it's definitely a lot of cultures claim there's life below the earth. Why does topography map on the bottom look like Saddam Hussein's house? Okay. He could have escaped Argentina. A lot of Argentinians with A10 eyes. So many. Most popular boy name in Agartha in 1950s was Adolf. Oh, he's like a local legend. Nazi gold is honestly such an unexplored concept. So true. Did they worship Hitler enough to search for Agartha? Who knows? It wasn't long until those troops ended up there for that 1-year mission they backed out of. This could also be American doing post-war exploration based on the documents they had. And then they turned back because who knows, maybe it was right. And if they are the tall whites, they're not going to be hostile and they're going to be highly technologically advanced. Right? Many of these places counted as purgatory, where the dead spirits reside within the earth,
rather than a society currently flourishing beneath us. The Greeks spoke of Hades, the Christian referred to hell, and Judaism will refer to it as Sheol. But most of these underground domains are more allegorical and religious tools used to deter people from sinning rather than the realms actively being sought out. Honestly, they might think of us as pests. I mean, they gave us technology and we've done nothing but fuck around with it. Come on. And we got another map of Agartha. There is, however, closer depictions of Agartha described by some cultures with related cities and passageways of how to get there. In Tibetan Buddhism, there is a secret mystical city called Shambhala, located somewhere deep in the Himalayas underground that many have been searching for, including Russian mystics Nicholas Roerich. Though no one is known to have found anything, some believe Shambhala is potentially attached to Agartha. Do you think there's multiple tribes? Because I've heard about that. Buddhist religion, underground society. And then there's also stuff like Atlantis, or El Dorado even. Like, what if that is real and it's just underground with Agartha? And there's like a whole interconnection group of different tribes and races living beneath the earth. I've been to Shangri-La. Sweet vibes. That's so cool. In Hindu and Celtic lore, which some believe shares ancient connections through the lost antediluvian city, there are caves and underground entrances as well as subterrestrial worlds. Some have been connected to the Hindu land of Aryavarta, or the abode of the excellent ones, a land ruled by a supernatural race thousands of years before the Great War laid out the Mahabharata. Many believe this ancient race to be the same lineage and civilization connected to Lemuria, Mu, and Atlantis that were wiped out by war and cataclysmic events, driving them underground to create Agartha. There is another underworld in the Hindu Mahabharata known as Patala that others point to, as it shares many similarities with depictions of subterranean worlds. Though it is said that they are at war with the Agarthans, Patala is the 7th layer of the underworld in Hindu scripture and is ruled by the Naga, half human, half reptilians! Okay, so they disclosed extraterrestrial races, right? And a lot of people are saying, well, if aliens have been here, they're not going to be watching us from the sky. And a lot of people think that aliens are currently under the sea. Agartha is technically also under the sea. Reptilians and tall whites, the two of the 3 confirmed alien races. What would be the other ones? The bug and the grays? Well, the Bible did mention the Lord of the Flies. Does that mean Beelzebub looks like a bug? Maybe that's the bug race of aliens and people were like, oh my god, there's a super hostile, evil, and power-hungry bug thing. And that was one of the only alien races that were of a concern. Everyone else is peaceful, according to the government release. Need me a reptilian wife. Give me some of that bug oozy. But no, or am I thinking, is that biblical? Lord of the Flies? Beelzebub looks like a bug? Or is that like a fantasy offshoot that I'm just misremembering? Because like that one of the bugs in the disclosure, or one of the aliens in the disclosure also looked like a bug. So Agarthans are mermen? No, Agarthans are tall, white, blonde, blue-eyed ethereal beings. The reptilians are from India and are an oppositional race in a place called Patala that opposes and has apparently had wars with Agartha in the past. The Bible doesn't directly deal with the descriptions of demons. Then why am I remembering Beelzebub as the Lord of the Flies? Is this one of those Solomon demonology things I'm thinking of instead? It might be a King Solomon thing, my bad. You will marry the bugs? Yeah, chi. I'm gonna steal your woman, Joe. Is King Solomon's demonology book, is that considered pop culture? Might be thinking of the Giga Chat. Ah! Will we ever find out if there exists an underground civilization below the surface of the earth? There's been attempts to drill down as far as possible. This Kola super deep borehole made it to about 7 miles. The Russian team that led that operation did not find Agartha, though it would much likely be further down. So there has been attempts to drill, but human drills are unable to pass that effectively. So the drilling team did not make it past a certain layer. So does that mean there's only specific entry points to Agartha? I'm looking at you, Google Maps splotch voids. They're portals to Agartha. It's from the biblical DLC. Yeah, you guys wouldn't know. You couldn't afford the $25 download. So a lot of people believe there are underground civilizations. There's a lot of stories saying that ancient civilizations were destroyed in a massive war, spiritual influence war. And I mean, fuck. India's impact on the ancient world spiritually is like undeniable. You know? Like, so I would believe spiritual representatives of India would have had a massive war to all these advanced civilizations around the world, ending them completely in mass catastrophic events. But because they are advanced and they are, you know, known for their intelligence level and their technology at that time, it's not impossible to think that they would have gotten away somehow. You know, they're not just gonna stand there on their island and be like, until they're underwater, you know? You know, like the famous people, the most intelligent scientists, maybe like the king and his hottest daughter, well, get on a boat and they'll fuck off to Agartha, you know? There was a drill hole in Russia from where they heard moaning and screaming. Yeah, that's the same hole! And they didn't make it past a certain way because they couldn't drill. They hit bedrock. Minecraft was like, you go no further to Agartha. And then they put bedrock. All the good people left. No, I'm still here. I'm a good guy. I'm going to stay. I believe the idea of Agartha is very sound and has a lot of historical aspects. We don't have information, pictures of the inside or anything. Like, anything that we do have is associated and so drenched in conspiracy and like esoteric history that like it didn't pop out of nowhere. It wasn't like an association people made. It was something that a very powerful and passionate man became obsessed with to the point of doing expeditions before he even committed the atrocities he eventually did or whatever, you know? Like, this predates World War II a fair bit. If he was studying esoteric and occult information about these lost civilizations 10 years before World War II, to the point of obsession, that does kind of add. To be honest, he was doing a lot of drugs at the time. Yeah, World War II is like seeped in meth and like opiates. And like, honestly, this obsession, this collection and acquisition of all this weird esoteric information leading to that, and then having it immediately taken over by the Americans after World War II, only to have them turn around afraid. Maybe there was an alliance. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if I were to write my fan fiction right now, there was an alliance between the Nazis and the Agarthan that they just did not get access. Their curiosity led them to just be stonewalled and maybe have some sort of intergalactic space future Atlantis gun shoved up their ass, you know? All tons of speed. Yes, speed, meth, all that shit. Ken confirms Solomon's Demon book is pop culture, nor is it canon. Ah, but it's so fun. It's so fun. I think a lot of things like Crowley and Solomon is all like also conspiracy theories. They're just so early. These weird associations and assumptions they made. Oh, wait, that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing the last three. Okay, ElsaGate. So, as I understand it, ElsaGate was a shirking of YouTube's policies when it comes to kids media, and there were a lot, there still is to this day, now that, especially because AI is fucking everywhere, that platforms like YouTube are exposing children to media that grooms them in a certain way, either to tolerate violence or to influence them sexually, or just like things like that, just generally show them something gross. And this is real. This is exploitative, and they use catchy thumbnails and manipulate the algorithm to get a child to click and watch, because, you know, a 4-year-old unattended with an iPad is not going to read anything. They're going to see a picture of Bluey and they're going to click it, and then they're going to watch the first little bit of this Bluey animation just to watch the dogs like eat each other or something. And then by that point, they're so invested and horrified they can't click away. Or they let the video play all the way to the end, and then YouTube prioritizes that sort of content in their algorithm, therefore feeding more of this quote-unquote ElsaGate stuff. And reason why it was called ElsaGate is because specifically failed content creators would start dressing up as Spider-Man and Elsa to bait children, and then get into pretty much the sexual bullshit abuse drama and like poo-poo pee-pee caca-doo-doo shit and murder and pregnancy and cheating scandals. All that shit has not changed. ElsaGate originally was like, what, 2007? I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, probably later. It was post Gamergate, yeah? Because Gamergate is the one that coined the whole gate phonetic pattern. If you leave a child unattended with the internet-enabled device, you deserve that child, whatever happens to that child. I believe and agree with that wholeheartedly. And I also think it was a mistake that YouTube segregated their materials, because it's no safer, right? Because the videos are still being uploaded, it's fucking oozing AI content, and the plot lines have not changed, so nothing has changed. So not only is it very real, it's also driving a lot of the engagement for children's media on YouTube. Like, AI, have you ever sat down and watched an AI slop drama? Right? Like, it's just, sure, it's like, oh, silly, it's fruit, but like formula-wise, that little cat is having everything that happened in those ElsaGate videos happen. You know? She's gonna give birth, her husband's gonna slap the shit out of her baby's gonna see it, and they're gonna be poor, and then the baby's gonna go get really strong and exact revenge on his dad for slapping his mom to death, apparently, because apparently slapping kills you in these AI animations. Or, like, rape, literal rape. It is like cute little puppies and kitties or people shaped like bananas, and he's just like, hey baby girl, and he slaps some ass, and then he straight up just rapes her, and then she's pregnant. And then her water breaks, and then apparently there's this big splash everywhere. Like, it's literally just ElsaGate, but easier to produce without the conglomerate intellectual property involved. Because the thing about how ElsaGate was so prevalent, like, it was all within fair use. Nothing they were showing technically was infringing on the copyrights of the IP, you know, because they're cosplaying. They bought the costumes. They just fucking... That sounds like ElsaGate, you're right. Yeah, AI videos are 100% just the same thing, except it's packaged without that corporate IP attached to it. Therefore, there's nothing they could do to stop it. Because the ElsaGate, eventually, after it went out of hand, They got sued. They got fucking sued because they found the pattern. They had enough parents complain. And then, yeah, they pursued, and then they set the precedent about misrepresenting IP, even if it is within the guidelines of fair use. So videos like Peppa Pig slamming their head on a cabinet because their dad slapped them so hard and fucking dying, those don't exist anymore because of that precedent. And they just moved to AI. And now they're generating it several times a day. The channels actually get more views than ever. And whether or not it traumatizes your child, they still get paid. Because let's be real, 90% of parents are not ensuring the child enters YouTube Kids. YouTube periodically signs you out of your account, makes you re-verify. Do you think a 4-year-old is going to put that password in or go ask their mom? No, they're going to skip that, go back to base front page YouTube and watch whatever they see that has My Little Pony or some bullshit on it. 90% of the parents don't care. Well, it's like TV for 90s kid. It's a free babysitter. It's a babysitter. The screen glows, your child is captivated, you finally get a moment of quiet in the chaos. Imagine how appealing it is to neglect your child to a computer. I regret nothing. I turned out just fine. All those shit counts as kids' content that isn't influenced by age verification bullshit. All it is a little checkbox. See, my YouTube is oddly child appropriate. It's all Chinese traditional crafts, martial arts, and body cams. Hey, go follow Kuromato Oni-san if you want some actual good content instead of my bullshit Floyd Noise Slappa. Go follow him. You could get discounts on gun parts. That's way more beneficial. Go give him your money. Real and true. I think Elsagate is very real. It does not exist in its original form. And just like every gate, it doesn't really fucking do anything. It just doesn't. Changes fuck all. Gamergate changed fuck all. It just made people a little more whiny in public opinion. I mean, good games are still being made disregarding the quote-unquote new meta Gamergate has created. People are explicitly rejecting that as the standard, like, status quo of gaming. Like, it's changed nothing. Elsagate has changed nothing. Fuck, Me Too has changed nothing. It just made people with opinions without actual influence or impact to the real situation get a little louder on the internet. That's all that did. I agree. Gamergate highlighted a clandestine influence network in game devs. Yeah, if anything, it just made that it reinforced the idea that you could just suck a dick to get ahead, you know? That's it. That's all. And that's not even like new. Fuck, that's been the status quo for Hollywood for entire time, all time. At the least, Gamergate brought Mr. Mitoker to my attention. So it wasn't all for nothing. Oh yeah. I think it led to a whole anti-movement section of media representation and a lot of separating from big news outlets because, you know, they were literally getting their cock sucked to change their opinion. Like, your game sucks ass, but you suck my dick so good. I still like that. Nothing ever changes. War never changes. Absolutely fucked up that Anita Sarkeesian is still getting work. Rachel Dolezal has an OnlyFans that makes hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nothing ever happens. I'm shutting the fuck out, man. I'm pissed. Okay, what's the last... What's the last one? Okay, we're gonna end on a fun one. Transvestigations. Okay? Good, happy, fun time. So, transvestigations. Where to begin? This kind of harks back to a lot of people not believing that the First Lady is a woman biologically. And then it kind of led down this weird rabbit hole where a lot of First Ladies over like the past presidencies have also been looked to. And there's all sorts of quote unquote supporting evidence to say all of this is hypothetical and for entertainment purposes, you guys are allowed to opinions, okay? I'm not allowed to opinions. I have a platform right now. But yeah, I see you, Kuromaru. I see you. But, let's see. It will be hard to find like examples. I would like image examples. I think that would be the best way to do this. I get images. Let's see. Cisgendered people, transgender investigations. We have Madame Brigitte, Macron Iman, Khalif, Michelle Obama, Kyle Rittenhouse is also getting transvestigated right now. That's funny. Let's see. So a lot of this is social media based, investigating using a lot of photos. So I think this aligns a lot with the whole also thinking Hollywood is replacing celebrity with clone group of people where they sit and hyper analyze photos, you know, and they'll be like, ooh, that's an Adam's apple or a 5 o'clock shadow or whatever, and then they infer things like that. Let's see. Serena Williams is another one that I remember seeing transvestigations about. And she's a tennis player with a twin sister who is also being transvestigated. Sandra Bullock, that's another one. All Michelle needs to do is publish a picture of her pregnancy. She supposedly had 2 children. Yeah, that's an interesting fact actually, is they don't have any photos or videos publicly available of either pregnancies. Basement boomers accusing Hollywood of consisting of troons exclusively is funny as hell though. It really is. There's this theory that people are obsessed with gender only if they're sexually attracted to people. Because if you see somebody and you just disregard the questioning, you don't have that primal urge to fuck them. I forget where I read that. There was like a study where they made a group of straight and a group of gay, or no, it was 2 groups of straight men, one homophobic, one not homophobic, and they got hard to gay porn, and so now gay porn and trans porn. So the LGBT are using that as a scientific example that phobia is driven by philia. So a lot of this is just boomers being confused. If we were to adopt that train of thought, just boomers being confused and horny over what they're looking at. Rittenhouse is a dude. No woman would have a shot. Discipline under pressure. Well, he did that night in Kenosha. I don't even know who Kyle Rittenhouse is. But it's like a hysteria thing, I think. Do I care if she's trans? Not necessarily. Have I come across? Wait, wasn't there a study that showed straight men reacting to gays the same way they reacted to maggots? That is also true. I've heard about that one. He's the guy who shot 3 leftists and they all turned out to be pedos. That guy's a fucking hero. Why is he trans? Weird. Why are they calling him trans? Rittenhouse shot a pedo, a woman beater, and a thief. Vigilante justice? Why are they trying to gender-dentify them? Gendentify. Yeah, I don't like transvestigations. I like gendentify better. They were trying to kill him because he knew too much. It seems like this picked up when Candace Owens started accusing her of being a man and saying there's a terrifying scandal. Background believes this is apparently she's been sued. Candace Owens has been sued. Candace Owens was sued for asking for pregnancy pictures of Michelle Obama. If she had them, why would she go through the point of fucking suing them? Holy shit. Wait. That's crazy. I know, oh god, I saw this one schizo posting a video doing side-by-side comparisons of, like, gender bends of, like, you know, you can submit photos. This might be boomer psychosis as well. You know, you can put a photo in an AI and you can do the gender swap, and then a bunch of boomer schizos put them in the gender swap machine, and because the gender swap machine feminized them when they came back, there's a group of people, probably somewhere deep within the annals of Facebook or whatever boomers do these days, that believe that the gender swapping AI making the people they feed into that AI swap into a more feminized thing confirms that they're looking at a man. And that deep within the annals of Facebook. And with that, I'm gonna say this isn't psychosis slop. This isn't really a shitpost because I think people out there are taking it very fucking seriously. And I think there are people who will not disclose their birth stuff. It's like the same thing with Obama and his fucking birth certificate. Maybe this family is really, really, really private, secretive, and focuses on the microsphere of their family unit, or they're hiding a shit ton of stuff. I can see why people would care, but I don't give a fuck. And with that, thank you for coming to part 2 of As Nono Knows It. A fun format. We should do a different theme, maybe. You guys want to do random things like... I think it would be a good opportunity to wax philosophical and all that. You know? Abraxas our vox, as they say. Thanks for the stream. You're so welcome, George, Shitass, Honor Mellow, Wild Hero, Black Flag, Epi, Kurumbadu, anyone else out there hanging out with me. Thanks for sticking around. I had a lot of fun, and I have decided to make these streams public on the main channel because what the fuck ever? Who am I hiding from? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Try me. Fucking try me. Fucking try me. I'll hit you with that nono warida. Chi.